In the very recent past, summer 2020, there was a guy named Steve Gelbs with S&Y, Lyft and Citi. Steve led the online crew. The players watched the whole game through. The greatest team in history got together for the Citi by JT.
Let's go Mets!
John Harper added his point of view. A Mets fan born to drink some brews. Being out of work is really lame, and so he moved on. So he moved on. So he moved all of the boxes and he sunk them to the game. Let's go, Mets, go!
Oh, yeah! Aggies played. Wear it.
Got him.
If you're wondering why he did all this and other stuff like that, just repeat to yourself, he's a Mets fan, and we all could use a laugh.
We did it, mirrors, magic wands, whatever, but all that counts is that we won the ball game.
Well, Buddy was telling me he was going to throw one in the third one of these times.
As I get to third base, I made sure I hit the bag and I looked back and I saw I get by him. I have one theory in hitting, and that is thou shalt not pass without offering, and that's what I did.
I've got to tell you, this is, and I'm not overselling this, the most excited I think I've ever been for anything in the broadcast industry. This is the Game 6 1986 watch party presented by Citi. And right now, we've got four legendary members of that legendary team with us. Doc Gooden, Bobby Ojeda, who started Game 6, Ron Darling, Keith Hernandez, John Harper, who was a beat writer at the time for the Morristown Daily Record. Is that right, Harp?
2 more years before I went to New York, yeah.
All right, the
Still playing
Morristown
fast pitch softball in those days.
So Harp was there, and he's going to help provide some color as well. Bobby, you said that you thought you had pitched once before on 3 days rest going into that game. You had not pitched once before on 3 days rest that season. What were your thoughts behind the biggest game of your life before you started pitching in it on 3 days rest?
Well, I'll tell you, the 3 days was interesting. I really didn't pay attention to that, but you make a good point. I knew after Game 3, and at that point my arm was really struggling. Game 3, I felt at that point I could be throwing my last pitches of my career because the way my arm felt. Plus, if we didn't win, but I always felt we were going to win. I always felt my turn was going to come back around, and I knew it'd be Game 6. So at that point, all the pressure, I just had the biggest game of my life. And now 3 days later, I'm in a bigger game of my life. So it was an amazing place. And I had to really talk myself down mentally so I didn't let it get away from me and really turn me into knots.
It is live with the 1986
really live.
Mets. So I don't know if I need to say this any more implicitly, but this is potentially going to have some live language for the next 4 hours.
One or
Just know
two.
that, depending on what age range is watching this show. Okay, Harp, and I know that's probably going to be coming from you more than anyone else. So
Yeah, absolutely.
just try and rein it in a little bit.
Harp's like a truck
Yeah,
driving sailor.
going in here, the big story was that, look, this Mets team, they asked Barrett about this, how high the expectations were for the Mets to win this thing. He said the Mets had a Chicago Bears-like season. Remember that was when the Bears coming off their 85 season. So that you had dominated the league. So even as great as that series was for the Astros, you guys come back and win. It still felt like it was going to be a failure if you didn't find a way to win this World Series. You had to win these two. So that was kind of the atmosphere going into it. And I just have to go back to what Bobby O just said. Bobby, you're coming off this season of your career season, and you're talking about it's going to be the last game you ever pitched? I know your arm never felt good, but man.
Ever. I was 4 when my arm hurt. Like I said, Game 3 was so huge, but Game 6 became just epic, and it was almost like you couldn't really think about the position. I couldn't think about the position I was in. I just had to go out there, take the ball, and try to help my team win and not let the game get away from me, because it was an uncomfortable game, probably the most uncomfortable game I ever threw. But the pressure was the greatest. I'd never even envisioned pressure in a game like what I felt this day.
You know, Bobby, you and I never talked about this. There's Ronnie here. I was just wondering, how hard is it to come from a team and then the next year you're pitching against them in the World Series? Lots of friends, lots of guys there that maybe you're not that friendly with. It had to be strange.
It was unbelievable. It was like a nightmare, because it was scary because they knew me and I knew them. But then it was like, I really want to kick their ass. I really want to beat them. Not in a vicious way, but just in a competitive way. And so to turn around and face them like that was amazing, because you could settle some old scores, but you're also beating friends of yours in the biggest game there is in the world of baseball. So I was locked in, but I was in this weird place, like, I got to beat my friend, but I want to beat him, and who knows what's going to happen. And at this point, the thing could have gone either way, as we know.
That's right.
Plus,
Bobby,
you had
right
your
before
major league
first
debut
pitch,
with the Sox.
We saw Keith come over and say something to you, which may have been the first time Keith ever approached the pitcher on the mound during a game.
Right.
Keith, do you have any recollection?
It was the 2 Spaniards were meeting on the mound. Just talk it over.
I don't remember. Keith probably doesn't remember either. But
I don't remember what I said.
Nah, Keith always kept a lid on things. He didn't. He was good like that, because you're out there on the mound, you're all alone. Ronnie, Doc, you're alone on that mound.
That's right.
You try not to show anything, but every now and then, Keith could sense when you could use a little. Hey, let me give you a little something for you to put in your pocket, tuck you down a little bit. It was important. It mattered.
I always thought Keith was great like that. He was like an assistant pitching coach for me. I mean, he knew the league, a veteran guy. He knew the hitters. He knew their weaknesses. So he helped me a lot. When Milton had to make a blank trip to the mound, Keith was right there. So I appreciate what he did with the mound.
I'll tell you, hey, Doc, watching the game here, whatever scouting report we had on Marty Barrett, it wasn't very good.
Look at the numbers on Buckner here. We got him out in that series. I was so worried about Buckner, because I'd seen enough of Buckner when he was with the Dodgers and the Cubs, and Bill was one of the great hitters, and we got him. We handled him in that series. That was, he had third in that lineup, and I was really, really concerned about him. He was just such a good hitter, but he did not have a good series.
He was a smart hitter. That's what I knew about him, but I knew from the previous year that he had diminished incredibly physically. And I really wanted to use.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh, God, I love this.
This is the greatest.
This is
Unbelievable.
unbelievable.
Right shoulder, he scared the hell out of me. What the heck was going on? I thought the 101st Airborne would land.
I mean, Michael Sergio was his name. And, something you certainly could never pull off in today's world, right, guys?
He'd been shot down, right?
Yeah, it seemed perfect.
Watch Ronnie right here.
I mean, I loved it. How could you not love that?
Of course it had to happen that year. Of course.
That game.
I want to go shooting Game 6.
Did you guys have any?
It adds to the legend.
I'm surprised they didn't give him a seat next to Christy Brinkley as soon as they got the parachute off.
That was perfect language.
Did you guys have any interaction with him ever beyond that point?
I was on the field.
No, not in that game, but ever in the years after. No?
I was doing a card signing or some kind of event somewhere. They all bleed into another. You know this, guys. And he was there signing autographs for fans. It was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He didn't look at all like he did then. I think he was an actor, like a struggling actor or something. And that was his way of not only showing his Mets fandom, but also branding himself before social media.
Kind of like
Bobby, right
editing
now,
this.
First inning, your arm's killing you?
Oh, it's killing me, Keith. It was really
Where, elbow?
But I will tell you this. I'm glad you said that because I know we can all remember how Shea felt at this point. I mean, you felt it.
Yeah.
If this game had been on the road, I'm not sure I could have got through 6 or whatever I threw because I heard those people and I felt those people and it just got in my soul. And right now, I look at that young guy and I'm like, those people were driving me. Those people got me through this 6 innings. They really did. I felt them all, and they just meant the world to me. And remember, Old Shea, it was just like this monster stadium.
That's right.
And it was on top of me, and they were just, I just loved it. I owe them a huge thank you. We owe them.
Bobby, did you have a bad bow or a bad shoulder?
It was my elbow.
Elbow.
My elbow had always been bad since I was a little kid.
Yeah.
But to get through this season, nobody really knew but Steve Garland and the doc. But
Dr. Parks.
I was taking all kinds of pills. I had a couple shots. For the,
did I hurt you? I'm sorry, Bobby. Did I hurt you?
Hey, Bobby. Talking about the fans.
Parks. Oh my God.
Up in the press box, you could actually feel the whole thing shaking when Shea got crazy. Could you guys feel that on the field?
What's up, Rafi?
I mean, could you sense that?
No, not on the field.
By the way, not to interrupt your answer, I want to hear this, but it seems like we've got an early addition right here. Rafael Santana.
Rafi!
Rafi, what's up, brother?
Rafi.
Rafi. You guys are awesome.
Where are you?
I'm in the DR now, man.
Where?
The DR.
Okay.
DR.
How about you guys?
I'm in Florida.
I'm on the internet.
Look like
Florida here.
I'm in Jersey, Maryland. You guys doing okay?
Yeah, I'm glad you came on. We were just really trashing you a minute ago.
Hey, Rafi, you have not aged. You look exactly like you did 40 years ago.
Hey, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Rafi, just a reminder, we are live. I feel like that's something that I should say to every Met that joins us on this broadcast. Just a quick reminder. And we will have plenty of people, as we said, joining us throughout the night. Darryl Strawberry expected to be here. Mookie, Kevin Elster, Roger McDowell, plenty of 1986 Mets set to join us. But Harp, you just asked a question. If you want to re-ask it, maybe we can get Santana's answer to that question as well about the atmosphere at Shea that night.
Well, that was one of the things about Shea. I mean, as it became an older stadium, you could feel the place shaking. And when you were in the press box, you could actually feel it shaking when the stadium got really loud and crazy as it did in games like this. And I asked you guys if you could feel that, actually feel it on the field or sense it somehow. But Keith says no, I guess. You couldn't really feel anything like that.
No,
you sensed it, though. You sensed it.
Yeah.
Bobby, I noticed you finally threw a couple change-ups here, the first right-hand hitter you picked.
Yeah, it's Jim Rice, that's why.
The cambio.
I know he's setting cambio, but if I don't go in hard, he's going to crush it. So I got to go in there like that to keep him off.
I mean, there's few guys that get in the box that command your attention. Jim Rice was one of them. Jack Clark. There's certain guys that get in there, you're like, whoa.
This is
even Don Beller. Don Beller's a big boy too.
Yeah, I'll tell you this about Rice. He's big, and he was one of the few big guys who didn't scare me at all.
Really?
I knew what made him tick.
Oh, nice.
I knew we had some things happen. I'm like, nah, this guy didn't scare me. So
why didn't you?
That concerned Clark. Forget it. He's scared to heck.
Yeah.
It's true.
That would have been nice if you helped a brother out, Bobby. You could have let Doc and I know Jim Rice's secrets.
You guys got to come to the well. You guys knew everything. You guys are used to Doc with his stupid cheddar. Get out of here. What do you want to throw? Fastball. Okay. That's all.
You never had one anyway.
All I had.
Yeah, that was a pretty good one. That was a pretty good one, Doc.
You better watch out here, Bob. You have more innings like this. Your pitch counts is getting up there.
It's getting up there. Nobody cared. I wasn't coming out. Dave didn't care. You know, Dave was like, "No, let's just use them up."
You know, it's funny. When
I came over, I'm sorry, Ronnie. When I came over,
go ahead, sorry.
I was a 5-year veteran when I came over to you guys, and I actually had 5 shutouts the previous year. So, yeah, I came over here with confidence, but they were a potent lineup, as we all know. But the confidence I had, especially with you guys, Rafi, you and Short, forget about it. You didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
You did not miss. If you got your glove on, the guy's out. And when you're on the mound, you know, Ronnie and Keith will tell you, we throw a ball, it's hit. I know he's going to get that. I don't even have to look.
That's right.
You were steady. You were steady. You weren't Aussie because there was one Aussie. But I knew if you caught, you're not going to choke it, and you're going to make a good throw. And it was
I know you don't want to look at me when I was at the plate, right?
Rafi got everyone out. It didn't matter if they did a 3-1 or 4-1 down to first base by 1/2 a step.
Remember that? Yeah.
Hey, Bobby,
Well,
one quick thing on the game. On the game, Gedman's up here, and they made a point on this telecast how you guys were best friends and stuff. How do you? And he had caught you. So I mean, this is a big at bat because there's guys on second and third. That game can get away. How do you approach that at bat with Gedman right there? How do you want to get him out?
Well, he knows my slider better than anybody, and I like to throw the slider to the lefties. I just took a little bit more off it. You see how I had him out front?
Yeah.
And he knew it, but he was anticipating the other speed. But I conscientiously took a little bit more off it, and I got him out front.
Nice.
Like and subscribe.
You like to throw sliders to left-handers? No, I don't believe that.
It was either that or hang the curveball.
I used to always go to Bob during the season. I would go, Bob, left-hander, you throw that slider. And I go, guys, ready for a fastball. I go to Bob. I'd go inside. Bob nod to me. Another slider.
Thanks, Steve. But the slider hurt less. I don't mean to be melodramatic, but it did.
Yeah.
So the most painful pitch was the fastball. So I tended to use it sparingly, and you have to use it, but it wasn't my go-to.
It was funny watching you there, Bob. When you went to rub up the ball in between pitches, and you get a new ball, you'd rub the ball up, and you'd go to reach up to grab your cap with your left hand. You could barely get there. I remember those days.
And you guys know what that feels like. When
my goodness.
Things just aren't feeling good. What do you get? It's the World Series. No one's bailing out. We're all good. Yeah. And that team we had was just a bunch of gamers, that team. So, I drew all that from the fans and from you guys. You guys were awesome. No one's aging well, by the way. I'm looking at all
It's so true.
We don't have to.
What are you talking about?
Thank God. It was an amazing place to play.
Yeah.
There's Roger, Mr. Cy Young.
So, Keith and Raphael, one of the things Joe Garagiola says right off the top here is, Clemens, just an ordinary pitcher with a 150-mile-per-hour fastball. Is that how it felt up there?
Well, it did. I faced Clemens since the minor leagues, so I was not intimidated at all by him because I know him since on the minor league. So, but the adrenaline took over during the World Series, and I always kept my confidence that I hit him in the minor league, and I was going to hit him in the big league too. So it don't matter if he was throwing 180. I know I was going to put the ball on play and get my little chinkers of him, but I got it.
Hey, you did have 2 hits in game 2 against him.
Yes, I did.
Hey, I just saw the numbers, okay? He was 24-4. I know he's pitching in the American League. It's different. 24-4 with a 2.48. The year prior, Dwight was the same, 24-4 with an ERA, 1 run less a game. That's crazy.
And Clemens got the MVP that year.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah,
he didn't have the split finger then, did he? He just was just raw power. He came at you with the fastball and the slider. I don't remember him throwing any off-speed pitches. Do you, Ralph?
I don't think the split finger started with him until he went to Toronto.
Yeah, right. He was just rearing back, throwing hard and hard sliders.
Mets drafted him, and he declined.
You know, like all great pitchers, and you know, he's one of the greatest of all time. Seaver, all those guys, mixing the power with the finesse, the ability to throw the ball where he wanted to. It's what separates guys that do it like myself and Bobby and the Hall of Famers.
Hey, Keith, you know, they were talking early in that broadcast, because we watched it earlier this week, how hard he was throwing. You could hear the glove and everything else. And you guys were fouling off a lot of pitches, making him work hard early. A lot of his high fastballs, getting enough on it just to foul off. But in those days, you're not thinking, hey, let's get his pitch count up, right? Because that's not even a thought. We can get him out of the game. It was different then.
No, definitely not. Guys would throw, 140 pitches. It was never even a thought that you could make a guy work and the manager would have to pull him in the 6th or 7th inning. So I was surprised when Clemens left this game. He didn't like. We had a predominantly left-hand lineup. We were tough against right-handers, and Clemens didn't like to pitch inside the lefties. He just liked to run that fastball on the outside corner. You see Gedman setting up outside, and he's not messing around. He's coming out of the chute, just throwing Lenny all fastballs. But I never felt comfortable in this series at the plate. It was how cold it was, both places. New York and Boston was freezing. And, Lenny.
What'd you think of that strike 3 called by Dale Ford?
I thought that was away.
Lenny did too.
He had a wide zone.
I was with Roger in 85. I think it was 85. I might have been 84 when he blew out in Yankee Stadium. I happened to be in the bullpen. He was warming up for the game. We were facing the Yankees. I was with the Sox at the time. And he threw a pitch, and he grabbed his arm. He bent over, and he was close to tears. And he was so scared his career was over at that time. I think it was just a test of what he had inside of him, the way he came back and became this monster athlete. And his confidence was to the moon. But I saw him when he was at the bottom. And then when I saw him here and saw him other times, and even when he came back, I was so impressed with him as a young man. He was just a solid kid who wasn't gonna go down without a fight. And obviously here he is in the World Series and became a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
I think he's thrown one secondary pitch. He's just coming right out of the chute throwing fastballs.
He's about to throw a pretty nasty one coming up, though, to Wally. Not yet, but at the end of this at bat.
I mean, even Lenny and Wally, who just didn't matter how hard you threw, all of their swings have been late so far.
He's pounding Wally in, that's for sure. What you got to do.
Keith, was the approach to try and get him down in the zone, get his fastball down? You can handle better than that?
A guy that throws hard like him, he's more explosive. Doc was the same way. They're more explosive upstairs. Their balls take off. You see the ball better down. So your focus is to try to lay off the high one because it's a high rider and you can chase it. Ryan was that way. He was the one that I faced that his ball really took off. And
Wally getting some new lumber.
Down. Well, this might be what it is when the game returns, huh? There'll be no noise, no fans. That'd be strange, won't it?
It was.
There's John McNamara. He was your manager in Cleveland when you went there, right, Gabe?
Yes, he was.
Good man. Yeah.
He's the reason I got traded.
He was.
I led the American League in shutouts the year before. He comes over. He doesn't know who I am. I shut his team out twice. He was with the Angels. And he goes, "Oh, yeah, I saw you pitch in 80. I'm like, "Dude, I just shut you out." Really? I mean, that's right. And so I'm like, right then and there, I said, you know what? I'm out of here. And sure enough, I had 5 shutouts the year before, 10 wins because the team wasn't a fighter team. And I go to the bullpen. I'm like, dude, my arm's shitty. And then, oh, sorry.
No.
How was your arm? I missed that. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, and this guy puts me in the bullpen. I'm like, come on, man. So when I got traded, I'm like, goodbye. It wasn't because of the town. I love the town. But that guy, I didn't care.
Yeah. Don't you know who I am? I mean, look up the record last year. Come on.
A couple of months ago. I haven't changed. Now I walk up to him now. He goes, who are you? I go, I get it.
Bobby, it sounded like Marv Albert tried to get you to go off on McNamara in one of those interviews.
Here, oh yeah, that wasn't the time or place. Now, 80 years later, who cares?
We're gonna give away a hat at the end of all
How's
this
this
too.
at bat going, Keith?
How's
this at bat going?
I had a good cut there. That ball's right down the pipe.
Keith, can you? I mean, is it even possible to describe what's going through your mind in a moment like that? I mean, you've won the World Series already before. You know what it's like to play in big moments, but that atmosphere, that situation, your first at bat, what is it like to try and stay in the moment and not let the adrenaline go crazy?
Well, you know, we're veteran players. Oh, we threw that one by me there. You know, we're focused. We got to win 2 in a row, and we're focused on this game. And we got the Cy Young out there, and we got our work cut out for us. It's not like a regular season game, that's for sure. Once you get into postseason, they're different. So, got me.
I remember when Keith, do you remember this, Keith? Occasionally you'd come back to the dugout after making an out against a hard thrower, and you'd say, he is not throwing that hard, guys. He is not throwing that hard.
Well,
yeah.
Just want to keep everybody upbeat, positive.
That at bat, Keith, looking at it from a pitching standpoint, which I've never paid that much attention to it.
Yeah.
It looked to me like you were doing some recon. You were feeling out his velocity, and you were kind of locking in on that and kind of get a lot of information. Yeah, you wanted to get a hit, but it seemed like that was a very intelligent at bat that was going to pay you dividends later on. That's what it looked like to me. That's what I had noticed from the mound.
Well, he threw me all fastballs, and so I haven't seen his breaking ball yet. And I was pulling off a little bit. That ball was on the outer half of the plate, and I hit it where it was pitched, but I didn't really drive into it. I just really wasn't in sync. I had a tough time the whole series. I've never liked not facing pitchers I never faced. You have to kind of wipe that out of your brain. You know, you got to go up there and pretend like you got 2 strikes on you, every at bat, because you really don't have a feel for what they like to do with you. I never faced Clemens. I never faced Hurst. You know, Crawford out of the bullpen. I never faced him. Never faced Oil Can. So you gotta be kind of more caveman when you go up there.
Bunga, bunga.
Just see the ball and hit it.
See ball, hit ball.
Well, that ball right there that you flew out, like you said, you pulled off.
I've seen
you try that in the gap a million times.
I know.
That pitch, that you gapped.
That whole at bat I pulled off a little bit, just a little bit, the shoulder instead of driving in right at the pitcher, just a little bit this way.
Hey, Rafi, when you're watching him pitch that first inning, I know Keith talked hitting with other guys on the lineup. Would you go and ask Keith what's he got, or you just trust yourself when you're going to?
I just trust myself, and I know I was going to get to the point where I was going to get the guy, because I was not going to hit. I know I was not going to be Keith Hernandez or Carter or Strawberry, but I was going to put the ball on plate, and it don't matter to me. I mean, I just wanted to make contact.
Hey, Doc, see ball, hit ball. Doc, since we are on Facebook and everybody who's watching right now,
nobody's watching
for
right
you guys to know, we are going to take some questions throughout from fans.
This happened months ago.
So we're going to start off with Richard, who wants to know from Doc, just this Red Sox lineup right now, who is the toughest out for you in this lineup?
They always tough for me. I didn't pitch well in either game. I got hit pretty hard in both games, so they always tough. But probably Henderson was the toughest for me in that lineup. As Keith said, the guys that laid off my high fastball gave me the most trouble, and him and Dewey hit the home runs off me. So probably Henderson gave me the most trouble.
Haji
Both
sighting.
games, all those guys was tough. I didn't have some good stuff, and I got hit. Pretty
What's
good
the
in both
deal
games.
with Keith naming his cat after Hojo?
Doc, you had to be gassed coming out of that NLCS. You throw 10 innings in what game for game 4?
I don't know if that was part of it. Just that I just didn't have it. My location was off. My fastball was flat. Couldn't get the curveball over. I was falling behind in the count. And with that lineup, you fall behind, they definitely make you pay. Like I said, I just couldn't get ahead of the guys. Fastball was flat, and then I didn't have a good curveball. And obviously, wrong time to have 2 bad games, but unfortunately, I didn't have it. But thank God the teammates picked me up.
Doc, to that end, though, are you, in this moment in particular, coming off a Game 5 loss, are you able to just stay in the moment and watch this game and just be kind of that encouraging teammate? Or are you, in the back of your mind, still replaying the game previously and how things could have gone differently?
A little bit of both. That's a great question. Obviously, you down on yourself a little bit, but then after the game, you got a little self-pity because you didn't pitch well and trying to figure out what went wrong. But then once the game started, that's the best part. You can kind of forget about my start and get back into it, cheer your teammates on. You're just hoping for any opportunity, whether it's pitching on the bullpen or anything, to get another chance to at least right yourself. If it's just facing that one hitter, that's all you can ask for. But just happy that the guys, pitch well and we pulled through it.
And that's a pretty good pitch right there, Bob. Your changeup sinking away. He was probably looking for it.
They're all looking for it.
What did Keith say there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
But early in this by the second inning in this telecast, they were talking a lot about how, Bobby, you didn't look like the same guy as your previous game. Do you feel good at this point?
I felt horrible. Game 3, I was throwing the last pitches of my life, and as a pro, I felt that. I really believed that. But then, thank goodness, I felt I was going to do it again, and I have to do it again. But I just, like I say, I owe the fans out there a huge thank you. I owe my teammates a huge thank you because they pushed me through this game and they got me through this game. And at the end of it, I really thought that, okay, I don't get to play again, but we won the World Series, so we're going to win. We knew we were going to win Game 7 after this. But I just felt this debt to everybody that they got me through this thing because it was an uncomfortable game.
Well, I don't know if there are many teams that defended the bunt as well as our team did, especially because of number 17. Huh?
The best.
I think I make a play here. I'm not sure. I can't recall.
Clemens didn't get it down. Go sit down.
Sit down, Clemens.
For some reason, the game's not coming up on my screen. I don't see the
Really?
game. No.
So I was an 11-year-old boy on Long Island.
Doc, did you have it up before?
Incredible.
Just went away?
It never came up.
My 6th grade teacher let us decorate the classroom.
I just pressed the prompt and I got it. So.
Doc, get one of your kids that's under like 15. They'll do it in
Doc
3
can't
seconds.
find the game. So
Malik, where?
I was a paper boy.
no
I was a
clue.
paper boy, which is why I
Doc,
have.
if you have a TV too,
I
you
was
can
a
just
fan
put on
anyway.
SNY right now.
I clipped all the
I'm actually in
newspaper
Maryland.
clippings.
I'm in the Orioles country right now.
I read the box scores every day.
Bobby, how'd you
Simpler
try and get
times.
Boggs out?
I stay away. I know he's going to. The thing about him, he had 4 arms like Popeye, but he wanted to slap a single to left.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I'm going to stay away from him. I know he's not going to hurt me with a long one. Even if I hang it, he'll probably, take it because he's looking to go the other way. I'm going to let him go the other way because of that guy right there, Raffy. I'm like, okay, he hits it on the ground the other way. If Raffy gets to it, it's going to be a double play. Hung the breaking ball. And that ball should have been out of the ball.
That's right.
That ball should have been out of the ball.
Yeah.
Did you guys trust me that much?
I did.
Caller, you are live on the air. Please turn down your
You threw him
radio.
a hanger there, Bob, and off speed because you hung it, and that's the only ball he was going to pull.
Right, and that's the ball there, Keith. A guy who's looking to do some damage goes yard, way yard. I'd have hit that ball out.
by the way, they're hit and run, and we covered with the second baseman. What's that about, Ralphie? With Boggs up?
Because Ralphie was playing way over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We would pitch him away, play him away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened. You
Yeah.
know, I went by the book, and that's, you know, I followed every, you know, the scouting report on those guys, and maybe that helped me to be successful.
This guy, Marty Barrett, was one of the smartest guys I played with, baseball smart.
Yeah.
I know he's thinking this at bat through, so I really have to kind of get counterintelligence going on how I'll work him. But he was very tough because he was a thinker.
And he went the other way, too. He could handle the bat.
Yes.
Good line drive hitter.
Yep.
Situational hitter. Good, smart player.
Yeah, very smart. You're right, Keith. But he'll turn. He wasn't that big, but he'll turn if he's setting on something. He'll turn.
What was he, Bobby, like as a teammate? Good guy to be around, hang out with?
Yeah, he was a good guy. He was all business.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when he got to the ballpark, he was all business. He was always making himself a more intelligent player because he was limited physically.
That's right.
But he made himself an intelligent player, which is a good lesson for you kids out there. You don't got to be 6'5". You got to be smart. And he was smart.
Fix it, Doc?
Fine.
Got the game on now?
Doc, I'm working on it. Still don't have the game. She's still.
Doc.
Describe it to you, Doc. You just hit. That's
Doc, there are two links. So the second link would be the game. So you can click on the second link. The first link is the Zoom. The second link should be the game.
But Bobby, you just left a couple of breaking balls up. It looked like. How do you deal with that in the moment?
Let it go.
Yeah.
Let it go. I got more work to do, man. And they just keep coming. And it's so personal at this point for me. It was so personal that I just didn't want to see. We got Aggie up already. I didn't want to get knocked out of here because I know how bad they wanted me, but I wanted them worse. So I really had to, okay, all right, they got to run again, 2 runs, first 2 innings. I'm like, I just got to be in the moment. My out's at the plate. I'll deal with it. You know, I got to let that go.
Yeah.
Are you aware that Aguilera is up at that point?
Probably not.
Yeah.
No, probably not. I mean, I'm, you know, but I got Buckner, so I'm like, okay.
Okay,
Well, you got made 2 mistakes and they got you. You know, they got you. It was a high change up to Barrett. It looked like it got it up and over the middle. Uh-oh.
You know, that one.
Darryl.
Can of corn.
Can of corn.
Whoa. That was almost ugly.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know, the other thing about, Steve, you're asking about, do you know if someone's up in the pen or not, as Straw makes this catch, is that it was so dark back there that it wasn't even if you were eyeballing and looking back there, see if there was someone back there. It was just, I mean, the bullpen seemed like it was a mile away.
Yeah. By the way, I mentioned it earlier, but if you're just joining us, Darryl will be joining us a little bit later, along with plenty others from that 86 team.
A whole bunch of them.
While we're in commercial here, good time to take some more fan questions. A lot of people
I'll tell you about
are
the
asking
free
about
hat.
the
We're gonna have a contest
woman
at the end of all this.
behind home plate who was doing this all night.
Yeah.
You guys remember her?
Oh, sure.
I do.
She was a regular.
Yeah, she was even a ticket holder. She was there all the time.
Her elbow was worse than mine.
She was a diehard fan, that's for sure. And she was even there back in the days when the Mets were really bad. And she was a diehard fan.
She was into it. That's cool.
Keith, Rose wants to know what were the similarities and differences facing Clemens and facing Nolan Ryan?
Good question.
Oh. Ryan's ball did more of this, ran away and up. Clemens was over the top more, and his ball kind of like Seaver's. I really can't remember his breaking ball. Like that first at bat I had 5 pitches. They were all fastballs. But different fastballs, but they both threw hard, and probably Ryan threw harder. But Ryan's ball was like a locomotive. like a freight train coming at you. Where Clemens' ball was on it's baseball jargon. It's hard to explain, but Clemens' ball was on like on a telegraph wire. He was just electric. The ball kind of giddy up like your fastball, Doc, when you jammed me in spring training in that Intersquad game.
I remember how loud Nolan Ryan would grunt when he would throw his fastball. Like you could hear it.
The closest thing to John Wayne on the mound.
Yeah, he was.
Ryan Express.
Raphael, what were the similarities, differences for you?
Well, I think, like kids say, Clemens' fastball was pretty much, straight from over the top. And Nolan's fastball kind of had like a little live on it, little tail. Like I say, I mean, they both two of the best pitchers in the game, in the history of the game, and know how to pitch.
So Ryan had the great curveball, but he was never really consistent with it. But the games that all the no-hitters he threw and all the great games that he threw in his career, but Ryan has that curveball working because he threw it hard too. That's no fun. If a right-hand hitter with that ball running into the right-hand hitters, the fastball, and then the curveball away, no thanks.
Heath, what was he throwing in the NLCS? It looked like almost like a splitter or something to go with his hard
I don't
stuff.
think he threw the off-speed pitch back then. Ralph, you remember? He was just fastball curve, right? Did he have the changeup in the playoffs?
He was throwing something down.
He missed his pitches very well, especially that game that he pitched against us in New York. And, he got change up, he had, fastball and a big curveball. That's what he threw the whole game. And, we said earlier, to me, the best night I ever seen Nolan was that night that he struck out the regular season. He struck out, that he got to the 4,000 strikeout that night.
Oh,
he got Heap, right?
He got Heap.
Yeah.
And Danny.
So he struck me out. He struck me out 2 times. I was at 3,995th, and I was at 4,001 too. So that night he was there. Yeah, he was like pump up, and he threw everything he had. And
beat us? Did we win or we lose? What I forget.
We lost the ball game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't win them all.
I think it seemed like in '86.
108 of them.
It's like Nolan started eating, fooling around. Like Harper said, that one ball that was going down. I don't know if he started fooling around with a two-seamer, or was he scuffing a bit too, like Scott? I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, Houston had those good baseballs.
I remember Nolan when he started throwing the changeup. John was in spring training, and I faced him a game in spring training, and he threw me a changeup. This was after the playoffs, and I looked at him, and he's kind of had that smile on his face. So I felt he was monkeying around with it. Then he probably got it. I don't know if it was a split finger, if he got it from Mike Scott. Who knows?
He wasn't afraid to buzz you either, was he? Up top?
No. You didn't want to bunt on him. And by the way,
buzz you
the ball was not going to carry in this series. The ball was not carrying. The wind was knocking that ball down.
Except for Ray Knights in Game 7.
You hitters complaining all the time. Wind, the stadium's too big. It's knocking it down.
The lights aren't very bright. Oh, God. Hit the ball.
Speaking of complaining, I think it was Joe Garagiola earlier in the broadcast mentioned that Clemens hated pitching on the mound at Shea Stadium.
Did he?
Was it? Yeah.
Good. Well, we hate Clemens.
Said it was too high.
Too high. Yeah.
What do you mean too high?
It was one of the greatest mounds. I think Dodger Stadium I might put ahead of it, but it was one of the greatest mounds you could ever pitch off of in the history of the game.
It was when they lowered the mound in '68, and I didn't come up in '68, but Dodger Stadium, Astrodome, and Shea Stadium, they're all organizations, teams built around pitching. I think they fudged. They did not bring that mound down to the other stadium.
Doc, you said you agree with Ron that it was one of the best. Yeah.
Yeah, Shea Stadium and Dodger Stadium, because the main thing, it was consistent. A lot of times, especially with the mounds, like say Philadelphia or Pittsburgh, like in the old stadium where they play football, it's like the mound was a little inconsistent because they'll take it down for the football games with the turf, and a lot of times it might be a little higher than others. But Shea Stadium obviously was very consistent. The ground sphere guys there did a great job, and Dodger Stadium was awesome because the dirt kind of stuck a little bit. And Cincinnati, once Belcher went to the Reds from the Dodgers, he had him change that mound. It was pretty nice as well.
Nice.
Pete Flint took a yard, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He was the best.
He was awesome. Love Pete.
I love when he would start telling his Irish stories. It didn't get any better than that.
Did you guys see the Billy Joel video when Paul McCartney comes over and he meets up with him? He had driven him out to the concert, out to the mound in '65 or '66, whenever that was at Shea Stadium, and they reunite, and he drives him out for this thing at the Billy Joel. It was pretty cool.
By the way, we should note for the audience that may not know, Pete Flynn was the head of the grounds crew.
That's the guy.
Yeah, for years, decades.
Doc, you loved that mound in LA, didn't you?
LA was nice because it was high, nice high mound, and plus being a fly ball pitcher, the night games the ball didn't carry that much because they always had the fog coming in, back there.
The old LA fog.
Dodger Stadium mound was great. Shea was my favorite, obviously, in Dodger Stadium.
Do you know something?
By the way, quick reminder for everybody watching.
I'm one of the
Keith,
last generations to fall asleep with a transistor radio underneath my pillow, listening to the baseball games. You better believe it was a good time. Listening to all those happy recaps.
Go ahead, Keith. Sorry about
that. If you notice, Clemens is throwing 90% fastballs.
Yeah.
So different than what in today's game. It's just, I've got a good fastball, and I'm not afraid. I'm coming after all the hitters. He's just pounding the strike zone.
Good at bat by Straw.
Ooh. Yeah, it was. And he had some big cuts, too. Now, as you three pitchers, when you see a guy like Darryl taking big hacks like that, you know that Darryl can lose one. That gets your attention, I would assume, right?
Well, yeah, obviously, because he's not up there. Like, those swings weren't just to hang around. He was trying to connect.
Yeah.
You see some guys just kind of hang around waiting for the mistake. Darryl would hit something. If it was my pitch or somebody else's pitch, they wanted to throw, he'd still get it because his arms and his bat, he covered so much of the plate.
Yeah.
He could be out front and the bat's still in the zone. He was so long.
Yes.
Well, here's our
only when I'm facing a guy like that, and you know he can do that. You start off pitching him like the count's already 0-2, because obviously you can't make a mistake to a guy like that. He's so strong. He hit the ball out of any part of the ballpark.
Well, there's a slider. There's our MVP up there.
He was the only adult in the room.
Huh?
He was the only adult in the room.
You know what's surprising about Ray? What surprised me about Ray was, Carter just was driven to all kinds of. He was just two breaking balls. But with Mike Scott, Carter was just totally. Scott was totally in Carter's head, and Ray had a hard time with it too, because that's rough. You know how that ball went. When you cut that fastball, you make it break two ways, break a foot. Throw it right down the middle and just go this way away from you, and he'd do it the other way away from me.
Yeah.
And that was the scuff, and then he threw the split finger. But Ray was bothered by it too. Ray got ruffled, and I was surprised.
I was lucky that I was able to hit Scott, decently because I had no much brain to think about. So, I was just going after and see swinging and everything he's throwing, and I happened to connect a couple balls good of him. But he was, he was moving the ball very well.
But I think you're right, Bobby. Bobby and Ray and the kid were probably the only two adults in the room. I remember Ray was on the DL in the training room, and for whatever reason, I don't know why, but he and I ended up wrestling. and we ended up on the floor. I don't know how it happened. And you know how, like, you wrestle, it's all fun, and then it starts to get to be less fun. And Davey Johnson came in and screamed, cut it out, cut it out. He said, darling, you're fined $500. I said, what about him? He goes, he's an everyday player. We need him. $500 fine.
Keith, after you guys won in Game 7, you were interviewed in the clubhouse with Ray Knight, and you talked about how he was someone that didn't get enough credit for being a leader in that clubhouse and with the young players.
Well, I think Doc, Ronnie, and Ralph, all four guys here. I was a chatterbox on the field. Ray was a chatterbox too.
Oh.
Both corner infield positions had 2 chatterboxes. Ray could chirp with the best of them. Ray was very competitive, and I played against Ray in A-ball in the Florida State League and then in AAA, and he was the same kind of aggressive competitor throughout his career, even when he was in the minors.
Keith, when Darryl steals the base there, does he have a green light or is that a sign, you think?
I think he had a green light.
David gave those guys green lights?
We had speed in that club. Wally, Mookie, Lenny, Darryl had green lights. I'm sure of it.
How nice was it not to see a replay? Go up in the booth and have to go to Chelsea and figure out if he was safe or out.
Probably would have been out, right? Because
he might have been. Yeah. He might have been.
You had to remind me of that, Ron, huh?
Oh, sorry, buddy.
Oh, my night.
Sorry.
It is amazing, though, when we were watching this earlier this week, that was my first thought. You're almost conditioned to just expect now that there's going to be a replay. And, you're watching a game.
We're up in the booth up there, and every manager, he puts it, when it's a close play, he puts his hand up to the umpire, and the bench coach goes and gets on the phone back into the clubhouse. So, they got to play. There's no chance they got someone looking. I think they should not be able to have replay. You think he's out?
Yeah.
And you know what?
Speed it up.
You're gonna risk it. You're not gonna have someone verify it for you. What do you think, John?
Challenge it right away. Make the call. If you got to if it's that obvious, you can challenge it. If it's not, then don't challenge it.
Dale's got a big strike zone back there. Jeez, the American League umpire, brutal.
He was wide. He didn't give him the high one, but he was a wide umpire. No question. I remember that.
And Getty framed that pitch nice. The catchers frame it different today. He framed it by keeping the glove on the outside, the pitch on the inside. And I grew up with Rich Gedman, and he was a first baseman. He was the biggest kid, hit the ball the farthest all the time, and an unbelievable hitter. But they just couldn't really find him a position. He even pitched a little bit, Bobby O, when we were kids. And finally, he worked so hard to become the catcher that he became, and he became, such a solid pro.
Just put into the Red Sox Hall of Fame this past year.
Nice. Good for him.
What he should be known of also is he had this turkey call that he would do around 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. It was amazing.
Anyway.
Like when you get off the bus after a road trip?
Why aren't some of you guys in the Mets
It was amazing.
Hall? Numbers retired. Looking at you, Keith.
That's what we're here for those stories.
Clemens has thrown a lot. He has thrown a lot of pitches the first 2 innings.
Yeah.
Yep.
But he's a big horse.
There's Bill Fisher and there's Gedman because they
Rafi, you were on deck, before the end of that half inning. I know you've faced Clemens already and you talked about facing him in the minors, but are you trying to pick anything up in particular watching those batters ahead of you?
Not really. I know he was going to chase me with the fastball. So I was, unless, I fell behind. Whenever, I fell behind, he was going to come up with a breaking ball. But I was trying to get him just early in the count. So that was my mentality.
Rafi, when Bobby's on the mound and he's throwing a change, are you moving at all, anticipating more of a pull when he's throwing his change as opposed to his other pitches?
It's all depends on the situation. Because, with men running scoring position, I was not going to see anything good to hit. So like a fastball. So I was looking for breaking balls.
Really?
I mean, when you're on defense and Bobby's pitching, and he's throwing his changeup, are you moving a little bit one way or the other depending on what pitch he's throwing, especially when he's throwing his changeup?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yes, definitely. Yeah, that was part of the plan.
Serious hook there, Bobby-O.
Yeah, that was part of the plan.
That was nasty.
That
I remember those.
That was beautiful.
I wish I had more of those in my bag.
You pounded his bush inside, and then a little furts.
He was not looking. He was setting change, obviously. And I got him those fastballs early, like you said, Ronnie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wish I could throw that one all the time.
I wish that camera angle was still around too. That behind the
Doc, you were talking about Dwight Evans. He got me in Game 7 too. I had a lot of trouble with him, and in Game 4, bases loaded in the first inning, I got him to pop up, and it was a hanger, and he just missed it, or it would have been a nightmare.
He's definitely a tough hitter, and with me, he was laying off the high fastball. He made me get the ball down, and that's where he got me.
Yeah, he liked that ball down.
Yes, sir.
Well, he had the Walter Riniak thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, he was a man of 1,000 stances at some point in his career, right?
He was. Him and Yaz were buddies, and they used to always tinker with their hands, tinker with their setup, the whole thing. I'll never forget, and you guys know, only a clubhouse guy, a veteran, old, gristled clubhouse guy would say this, and it was Vinny up in Boston. The year Yaz retired, Kari Shrimsky, he was having a really good first half of the year, and, going back to changing their stance and hands and what have you, Vinny turns to me one day, he was 800 years old, he goes, he finally gets his hands right, and he's retiring. I'll never forget. It was one of the coolest things I ever heard. The two of them were always this and that. But it worked. You know?
Yeah, especially for Yaz.
Yes.
Getty used to play for St. Peter's High, played for St. John's High in Worcester, Mass. And they had a fence at his field, Logan Field, where they had a piece of tape that ran down the right center field, because right field was maybe about 240. So you had to hit it to the left of the tape for a home run. And the right of it, if you went over the fence, it was a ground rule double. He used to hit the ball down the line over 2 sets of houses into the lake, and it would be a double for him. And he would do that all the time.
Oh.
How's your arm feeling now this inning, Bob?
Horrible.
Still horrible?
He's breaking balls. It's still horrible now doing this show.
Call Dr. Parks. Go up to the club.
Oh, God. But I know what Getty's thinking right now. He's still going to set for that fastball. There's a couple slow breaking balls, and there's another one. See, I got him out front, and he's still looking for that changeup, but he can hit the changeup. But that downward breaking curveball is catnip to Getty. And I knew that from, being best friends and playing together for 5 years.
Daryl, how are you?
All right. What's up,
D?
What's up, Nuxie?
What's
up, Daryl?
What's up, Ronnie D and Bobby?
How you doing, D?
What's up?
Bobby
Daryl Strawberry here.
We can still
Daryl,
use
we
the
are
finger, Bobby.
we are live. You're joining us.
You are.
We are live. No, you're good. You're good. We are live.
I was talking to Bobby O. We still can use his finger for 88.
Hey, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about 88, you knucklehead. Got you to the plate. All right? I helped win this thing. I got you to the playoffs, and you go out to LA and you fall on your face and you choke and you give it up. That's on you, my friend. That ain't on me. You choked. You didn't win without me. So why don't you?
That was on you, man.
Why don't you just own it, brother? Why don't you just own it?
Own it.
Own it, man. You didn't win. You didn't win. That's on you. That's on you.
What happened to you?
What happened to you? I can't believe you're still alive.
I'm alive and well, brother.
You finally stop blaming other people for your faults. Just own it, Daryl. You look like a fool, man.
Just own it. Just own 88. I don't blame anybody for my faults. I take full responsibility.
Just own it. Just own it. It better. Be better.
Now, this sounds like the 86 Mets that we know and love.
Yeah.
Let's go,
We
Mets.
just needed Daryl to get in here. What do you think of that glamour shot of Bobby right there, Daryl?
Oh, Bobby O. Oh, he looks great.
You finally ran a goose egg up there.
Oh,
Oh man.
it was a tough one.
What was your line in that game, Bob? What'd you go, 6?
6. I did look at it. I think it was 8 hits. I mean, I was walking a tightrope the whole time.
How many
but
runs?
There again, one untimely error, and it would have gone the wrong way. And Daryl, even though you don't take responsibility for yourself, you made a good catch. Second inning.
I made a good catch.
The only catch you ever made for me, but you made one, and I really appreciate it.
I bailed you out many times. Don't worry about it. I already know.
You never bailed anybody out.
Ralphie, here's Ralphie's first AB.
Yeah.
Thank you, Keith.
Threw you a slider.
Huh?
You threw you a slider, right? Don't everybody fastball's throwing you.
Yeah.
Ralphie.
What's up, D?
You got it, man.
So they wanted that
watching
pitch.
the game. I don't see the game on.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't have it on here. Let me see.
Might have put it on your phone. That's what I had to do.
Did you?
Yeah,
Daryl, we got 2 links. So whatever the second link that was sent, that should have the game on, Daryl.
I should have the game on it. Okay.
Yeah. By the way, while we wait for Daryl to hopefully find the game, just a quick reminder that Citi has joined forces with And Pizza to help deliver 100,000 pies to hospital workers along the East Coast.
You guys can all donate
the heroes working on the
to
front lines of the COVID-19
Mets-tery?
pandemic. Recently, Citi enlisted the help of Pete Alonso to spread awareness of the Hero Pie program.
Give
Mets
blood.
fans can help Pete, Citi, and
Be
Pizza
nice to one another.
by going to andpizza.com to donate a pie directly to those heroes. Click there to learn more about the way Citi is helping get food to those who need it most. So it's another great thing that Citi's doing, and another great program that everybody out there hopefully can help contribute to.
Emergency hack there, Rafi.
He wasn't looking.
I was not looking
That
at
swing was horrible.
I'm just trying to get the game on my phone. Yeah.
I
Hey,
got
Straw,
the Zoom.
Straw, you in St. Louis? Are you in St. Louis?
I'm in Lou.
Nice.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, now we can't hear Daryl. He's frozen.
You can't hear me?
No, we're back. You're back up. You're good. There you go.
Frozen road, man. Hey, we were frozen a lot of times, man. Frozen road.
Oh my God.
We were in Montreal on the scoreboard. You see frozen, freeze.
Mr. Freeze.
Mr. Freeze. Ding.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Max.
How many more hours we got of this? Oh boy.
Oh,
Just about 3.5. So, buckle up.
Buckle up and tell us more.
Bob,
Bobby,
nice
no,
hack.
you're trying to go deep there.
Sure I am.
You. Fearless. That elbow's not bothering you in that swing.
Well, if you notice, I'll let my left hand go. Because when it's rolled over, you hitters, when it rolls over, you one swing and it just could be over. Oh, just.
Oh.
He's being nice to me though. We were friends.
Hey. Well, Clemens was throwing heat that night too, man. Game 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
talking
Straw,
about
you had a great at bat on your first at bat. You worked the walk.
Yeah, but he was throwing hard that night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daryl, we just watched you steal a base the inning before, and I was asking, did you have a green light there, or was that a sign?
Hate to say it, you guys are frozen.
Ding.
So I had a green light. I mean, because Clemens had he wasn't going to hold you on, so.
Leg
it
kick
was
and
like,
everything.
Yeah, it was like he wasn't, power pitchers don't really hold you on a lot, like Clemens, Ryan. Doc didn't care about holding people on either, so he was going to strike him out anyway, so what difference did it make?
I was terrible that.
Bobby, you had a pretty good move. I remember that one.
Yeah.
I remember Ronnie and Elster had a down pack.
Ronnie had a great move. Yeah.
I was dropped the knee down on him.
Doc, you got enough base runners. You'd get a good move too, my friend.
It was fun to watch, man.
Oh, you got a little million up the bat, huh?
I didn't know that was his nickname. He was my favorite player.
Oh man, what a team! What a team!
They're a great team. I had Mets and Alyssa Milano in my room. That was '86.
Doc, you never went slide step, did you?
I tried everything, Harp. I mean, I was just terrible. When I got older, but I had lost my fastball. It really didn't matter. When I was with the Yankees, I got better. I just started just changing up my time to going to the plate because going to the plate I was just slow. With the high leg kick, I could never get adjusted with that.
Right.
I tried sliding kick, but I couldn't really do it.
I remember one spring training, Mel came up to you, and I think he said, "We're going to work on a two-seamer and holding on runners." I was like, "What? Really?"
Yeah, Doc, Davey wrote in his book that they tried to change you in '86 to make you take some strain off your arm. Is that something you had to go through?
Like Ronnie said, in spring training, we worked on some stuff, and unfortunately, Mel got a bad rep on that, saying that because my numbers dropped because they changed some things with the grip on the fastball and my delivery, which wasn't true. We had experience with different things, but once the season started, I just was making pitches basically. Mel had nothing to do with that at all. But unfortunately, he took a lot of heat behind that. They said he changed my delivery, tried to change things, get me quicker to the plate, but that wasn't the case at all.
Well, Cashin wanted you to do it, I think, right? That's what Davey
We just
said.
tried it some kind of way. They're just trying to get the pitch count down. I don't know how you get a pitch count down by changing your delivery, but that wasn't part of it. And like I said, they started blaming Mel for that, but Mel had nothing to do with it. We just tried some things in spring training.
Yeah.
That's when you try things. But once the season started, I went back to the same thing I was doing in '84 and '85. Just the results was different.
Doc was striking out 16. How are you going to keep the pitch count down? Not strike out 16? I mean, come on.
Guys, by the way, I don't know if you saw it, but right at the end of that inning after the third, when Buckner was running off, it's pretty clear that his legs are
He's a little
there.
hobbled.
They've mentioned it already 2 or 3 times on the broadcast. It's actually amazing to go back and watch this broadcast, knowing what happens, and see how often Vin and Garagiola talk about Buckner's legs. How prevalent was that in your minds in that series, just what he was dealing with, and especially Daryl Rafia's offensive guys, keeping that in the back of your mind when you're up at the plate?
Well, I don't think we really ever thought about that because I've always seen Buckner as a great player, all-around player. We didn't think about, his injuries and running off the field. I think that process with him being on the field, staying in the game was just, part of who he was as an everyday player. I think that goes for everyday players. They think, well, if we're going to win, I want to win. If we're going to lose, I want to be out here on the losing end. And I'm quite sure he was kind of feeling the same way, just pushing through that ball game. And, they hammered him about it for so long in the media and in Boston. But you think about, as that game unfolds, you think about Calvin Schiraldi and Stanley. They couldn't get nobody out. The opportunities were still there. And when you look at the game and you go back and you replay that game over and over, and I just remember standing in Davey's office with Keith. I just remember that. And he was like, "Don't move." We're just gonna hang out. So I think Billy Buckner got a raw deal more than anything.
I always thought that one of the reasons it became a theme of that game, because remember, Vince Scully is doing the play-by-play. He had done play-by-play, of course, with the Dodgers when Buckner was a young player. Buckner was one of the greatest California schoolboy athletes of all time, like an unbelievable football player, baseball player, speed, strength, all of that. And I think for, that was a theme for Vinny because he had seen him at a different time.
Yeah, Lenny.
Yeah, they kept making the point that they were waiting for Lenny or Wally in particular to bunt on Buckner, and they never did it, really.
That is surprising.
That's because Clemens is throwing 100.
Yeah.
Oh, just in the series.
That'll dissuade you from trying to bunt.
In this game.
Harp, how'd they get you in here, baby?
Oh, man.
I'm the only one old enough that saw this game in the media. Still alive. Yeah, you guys laugh. I was going to throw my computer over out of the press box when you came back in the bottom of the 10th. I had to rewrite my column in about 5 minutes.
Oh, you poor baby, Ronnie.
What's the score here? Is it 2-0 or 3?
2.
2-0. Bob,
Spike Owen got a lot of hits.
He did. He was tough.
Yeah.
He was tough, right? He was another one. Was pretty smart, covered the plate.
That's right.
What does this button do?
Yes.
Pinch hitter.
You know what? He's just trying to get. He's not a power hitter. He's just trying to go the other way.
Tenacious at bats, and he make a mistake like that, and he's not trying to hit it out of the ballpark. He's putting in play hard.
I mean, this.
They talk a little about this too, but no ground outs yet at this point. No ground balls. Anything in particular? I mean, you've talked about how you were feeling, but any change in what the Red Sox were doing against you after Game 3?
I really think I was using they were so aggressive, and I knew they'd be aggressive coming in, and I was just trying to use it against them, and that's why a lot of times, even though they know they're probably going to get a changeup or two, they're still out front on that front foot. And when you do that, the bat gets ahead of you, and a lot of them will pop up rather than roll them over. So I'm throwing a fastball, set up the changeup, and it's just enough to keep them antsy. And like I say, it was a very personal game. You know, it was very personal. It was personal to me. It was personal to them. Guys you don't like, because there's guys you play with you don't like, and there's guys you play with you like. But when it comes down to this, they're the enemy. I'm with my guys, and we want to beat you. So I didn't sleep the night before. It was so difficult. But as I said earlier, and I can't overstate it, because the fans rocking that stadium, it just meant a lot to me. It meant to my teammates, I'm sure, but during this game in particular, I really needed them.
Shea rocked.
Was there a guy in that lineup that you go in thinking, I'm not going to let one or two guys beat me in that lineup?
No, I because anybody can beat you. You know, the biggest, the smallest can beat you. Some guys handle the bat better. Some guys you'll accept maybe they're gonna put it in play. You're just gonna try to get him to put it in play softer. I want him to put my pitch in play. So there's not really that mentality of like he's not gonna beat me, because there's 9 of them.
So, Rafi, since you just made that play to end the inning, I think it's a good time that I can bring this up. I was reading some old quotes from you guys, and I found one from you that I think was from that 86 season, where you actually talked about how that year was a bit boring for you because you guys were so good throughout the regular season. And the quote was, "It's nice to have a big lead, but I miss that. I like the pressure. Last year I'd wake up and the first thing I'd think about was, how are we going to win tonight? This year, the first thing I think about is breakfast."
Yeah.
Good to be kings.
Sometimes you try to catch a break and then, walk away a little bit, and then so you can refresh your mind and then get back into the business. But I tell you what, I mean, we had a good team. We had a good teams, and we either eat breakfast or go to the ballpark and think about the ball game and win ball games. That's what we had on mind: win ball games.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least Rafi, you're not eating that raw meat on the bus in Atlanta.
Do tell.
Oh wow!
You know what? You and Max. You guys instigate me on that.
Hey, those are my steaks. I got them from Cincinnati.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Steaks and Max,
I know that.
Box open. Yeah.
Can we get the full story here, guys?
I don't remember.
I remember those steaks were from Jeff Ruby. Remember, he gave me a couple boxes of steaks, and they were raw. And I was taking them in, and we were headed to Atlanta, and we got in late, and Mex just popped the box open, and Ralphie started just eating the raw steak. It's just like
a little tartare.
Yeah, those steaks got used.
Jeff Ruby, who owned the precinct in Cincinnati. How much time do we spend in that place?
Oh my!
By the way, I'm sure you've noticed if you're watching that we lost Doc.
Ronnie lost Doc.
Hopefully Doc will come back towards the end of this.
Used to play wiffle ball and stickball until the dinner bell rang. That was a good time. We had Harry Windlestat as our imaginary umpire. So if you were pitching and you thought that the batter went around, you would appeal. You go, Harry. Whoosh.
Mostly he got the attention because everybody in that clubhouse was a good quote. But Rafi, you could go and get something out of him if you needed something now and then.
Just a bit. I learned all that from Hernandez, you know. Him and I, we played together in St. Louis. So when I got to New York, he was there, and he was the one who introduced me to New York.
Yeah.
I didn't know you guys played together. That's awesome.
Ralphie fit right in with us.
Yes, he did.
And one thing I can say, I was probably the worst player ever in the big league, but I was around good guys.
You had so much talent, Rafi. You
were
awesome,
so
man.
good
you
on defense, dude.
And you caught what you caught, and you never choked. You were not a choker, ever.
Yeah.
When you're on the mound, I don't want chokers behind me, and you were not. You were awesome, dude. You were money.
Soft hands, didn't he? Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was hungry. I need to eat.
just cook the steaks next time.
That's one of my quotes.
It's interesting, guys. Compared to today's game, they put in a new rule in next year. When Clemens, you won't see it here because no one's on base, but I was watching. There's no stop when he's in the stretch. And that's something they changed years after. Max, you're second at bat.
Yeah. That wasn't a good swing, 2-0 swing, that's for sure.
And another fisted foul. Boggs might have a play. Leans in.
I'm stinking it up. That's what I'm doing.
Throwing hard still, man.
I don't think he caught that ball. There's no way. No, he picked that off the ground. There's no way he caught that ball. I'd love Wade to be on here to tell the truth. Let's see.
Look at the umpire hustling right there.
Hey, it's Harry Windlestat.
Look at how he goes down, and he's reaching around. Ball comes in his bare hand. He caught it in his glove. I don't know.
No way.
Even if he's
Good
on
call,
here, if
Ronnie.
he's talking, he ain't telling the truth.
You saying he didn't drink 106 beers?
I played with him 5 years.
All right, Pete Boss Hog.
You know the chicken man well, then, huh?
Oh, God. Too well. You know what I mean? Too well.
Keith, in that at bat, you were swinging at some high pitches, and you kept asking Dale Ford if you were swinging at strikes.
I wasn't. That was not a good at bat. So just leave it at that. That was Elson.
Hey, Ronnie, that was really blatant when I watched that earlier with him. None of the pitchers were stopping in the stretch.
Yeah, you could really generate some momentum in those days that you can't now, of course.
So that made it harder to steal, though, I would think.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I would think so.
Clemens still blowing, huh?
Yep.
You said Straw, he was throwing hard.
He was throwing hard that night. His fastball was popping.
Yeah, they said in the broadcast they had him at like 96 or so on the gun.
Which is like 102.
96 on that gun.
Yeah.
Straw, did you like facing him?
Later on, I mean, when I played in the American League, I did, but I mean, we didn't see much of him, only in, that's the time we seen him in that series. We had spring training, maybe you saw him 1 or 2 innings, something like that. But I mean, later on, you start understanding and recognizing he had a straight fastball. You just had to be disciplined. You had to make him get the ball down, and anything up, he was going to beat you. And
right.
I think that was the biggest challenge for all of us, to stand laying off the fastball up, because a lot of us would like fastball hitters, and we look for those pitches, but Clemens had just a little bit more on his fastball, so it was very challenging to be able to catch up with his fastball.
We had the no-hitter through 4. While we're in the commercial break, Ron, this is a question from David on Facebook. He wanted to know, how did you deal with the rain out before Game 7?
Well, it's like you get restarted twice for a game. Obviously didn't deal with it very well because I only went 4 innings or whatever I went. It's Bobby described it the best. It is such it's pitching in the postseason is so tough because it's the unknowing, and you got so many emotions running. And this is, for me, it was the 3rd time I would face them in 10 days.
That's tough.
They were a veteran team, a smart team. And, I just, I didn't have, I shouldn't say I didn't have my A game. Sometimes the hitters just take you out of your game. And that's what happened to me in Game 7. So, but, you can't blame it on a rainout. Rainouts happen all the time. It's just restarting and getting prepared for a game. You have your whole entire day of getting ready for a game, and to redo that's not always your favorite, but that's part of being a big league player.
And then single to left in the 2nd. He has hit in all 6, but has not scored a run. There's another base hit for Barrett.
Barrett again.
And he's 2 for 3.
Another hit.
Yeah, he took the fastball down the middle, and then he just jumped all over that high changeup. But he's a good hitter. Never ever came out of his game. You were talking about getting out of your game, how they kind of maybe kind of got you out of your game a little bit. He never got out of his game. It's hard to get in his head.
Bobby, when you're his former teammate, you were saying before he was such a smart hitter, and you were thinking that he was thinking along with you. What about the mental game from your perspective then of trying to stick to your game plan and not overthink what he's probably thinking about?
That's a good way to put it too, Steve. That's exactly right. It's like, as a pitcher, I know what I want to do, and I got to be in my game. There are times when I have to adjust to that and sort of come out of my game on a pitch or two, because that'll blow his mind a little bit. If I can blow his mind a little bit, and he's thinking, now he's completely changed his approach, that'll give me an advantage. But it's a good question. Good way to put it.
It was like the meeting of the minds, huh, Bobby?
Yeah, the game of the game running, and it's so hard to describe, but if we really put our heads together, we can come up with it. It's you have your game plan, but you have to be able to adjust along the way, but not get too far away from who you are. Don't get beat on pitches that not who you are. You have to. Yeah. You have to. If you got to go to the bank, you got to go to the bank, and just hope you execute it better than he swings.
Does him being kind of the hot hitter in the series play into that at all? When you recognize how hot a guy is in the series?
Yes. Yeah, John. When a guy's on fire, he's not only hitting the mistake, he's hitting the good pitch. He's locked in, like Keith was saying. His swing was a little bit off. He wasn't quite there this whole series. You can see that from the mound too. When a guy is as good as Keith, when he's missing pitches, I'm like, oh man, when I throw it and he misses it, I'm like, okay, I got a chance. But he was so locked in. He's hitting the good pitches. He's hitting the mistakes. And that's the dangerous guy. When you say, anybody in the lineup can beat you, that guy is the guy who could beat you. He comes up at the wrong time with a bunch of people on. That's not what you want.
And Evans really choked up on the bat, huh?
Well, that blazing fastball from Bobby O.
I was frozen. I'm sorry.
Frozen.
Are you feeling settled in at this point? I know your arm's still hurting, but are you feeling settled in that you got through those first couple innings were kind of rough?
Yeah, you're right, Harp. You got to survive. If you can survive the innings that could get away from you, it gives you a sense of like, okay, all right, maybe the worst is gone. Keep going one at a time, because this guy could hit, and he was a very strong competitor, strong personality. There was a definite personality conflict in this at bat and all our at bats with him. I liked him. I respected him as a player, but there was a little bit of animosity because he really wanted me, but I really wanted him as well. So I know he's ready for me here, but I'm ready for him.
On guard.
He's really thinking along with me. He was a smart hitter too. Yeah. He's really thinking. He knows me well. He's known me for 5 years, so he's really setting on pitches. And when a guy sets on a pitch, sometimes that's when you can blow his mind. You throw that pitch. I know he's setting on this, but I'm going to blow his mind and throw something different. And then all of a sudden, you see him be a little confused. Me and
that should have been.
What was that?
That should have been a strike. What was that about?
What is that
about? Hey, Rafi, right here, you've got some meetings. You call a meeting first with Ojeda Carter, and then you go up back and talk to Backman. Is that switching signs?
No, we were talking about what was coming, the way that we're going to pitch the guys. Yes, yeah. We always stay together in the middle of infielders, and who we talk about. Who put the ball, who didn't pull the ball, how this guy hit the situation.
How many beers Boggs drinks.
That's what kind
of. Almost all sliders and breaking balls, huh, Fabio?
Yeah, and that slow curveball. And yeah. When the pitchers come out, when the players come out, they want to know how you're going to work them too. I'm sure Rafi, that came up. How you going to work them? I'm going to be a breaking balls again, or something like that. Gives your infielders a chance to get a half a step in anticipation of what's coming. But Getty's been out front all day. I love him like a brother, still do. But this was personal too, but I wanted him so bad. And when we laugh about that pitch because I hung it and he was doing that Walt Riniak thing trying to go the other way. He should have hit that to the upper deck. He should have hit that to this day, he remembers that.
You guys put little speed bumps? I've been doing that since college.
Commercial break, so let's get some more fan questions here. Sure. This really for anybody. Elizabeth wants to know your favorite Gary Carter moment from this series.
Here's a little tribute. R.I.P. Gary, kid.
I think for me, because I started that game, helped me get a win. Is his 2 home runs in Game 4. I mean, the ball he hit off Steve Crawford,
hasn't landed yet.
Everything onto the parking garage over Lansdowne Street. So. That 2 home run game, and you have to remember, Kid it was with a great team in Montreal. They never went to the World Series. Came to us, was going to be the difference maker, and he practically won that game by himself.
Yeah, you said that good, Ronnie, because that was a great shift for us because we needed that. We needed somebody to really actually step up big in the lineup, and Kid stepped up big Game 4. Really got us going and. That was a big ball game for us, back down in Boston because we were on the road too. So,
and his catching in Game 3, catchers and pitchers have a symbiotic relationship. If it's a great catcher, and I had a Hall of Famer behind me, in front of me, when we were down 2 going into Boston, he was 100% a sense of calm. There was no sense of panic with him, and I could feel that as a pitcher. If my catcher's panicking, and he could feel it in me if I'm panicking. We went through that together. We shouldered it together, and he was a huge part of the success of winning Game 3. Huge.
What gets lost in Game 7 is, everybody remembers my hit, and I think, what did that tie the game, John? I forget.
I think so.
I think it made it 3-2.
Carter got a base hit, but it wasn't a base hit behind me that put us ahead, and Evans came in and dove for the ball. And we had a runner on, it was first and third, I believe. I'm not sure the situation. But when Evans dove for it, he rolled over it, and his body was like sprung out from the foul line, first base foul line towards left field. And he didn't catch the ball, but his body, I didn't see the ball behind him on the ground. We had the right field umpire, which is the home plate umpire here, didn't make a quick call, and I couldn't get doubled up. If I get doubled up, the sacrifice fly, that guy doesn't score. So I wound up getting forced out at second base because I couldn't make a move one way or the other. I couldn't advance until I saw the ball, whether it was caught or on the ground. So Gary really got a base hit. It was just unfortunate that wasn't a base hit, but I'm sure that hit put us in the lead for good. I think. I forget those. No, they took the lead again.
Straw, you look very comfortable here, Straw.
Yeah, you're laying off a lot of pitches on him.
A lot of high pitches.
Yeah, high fastballs. Like I said, Clemens liked to keep the ball up. And like I said, he was throwing hard that night. And, he kept chasing a couple bad pitches up in the zone. That's why I kept hitting and following out, going the other way.
He didn't want to mess with you that night. I'll tell you that just from watching this game.
That's a pitch right there.
Yeah.
The way he swung the bat the first at bat, he was taking some big rips.
I mean, this is the first time I've watched this game, and he didn't wanted no part of you on that pitch. None.
Yeah, I mean.
So you're asking for signs again here, Daryl?
Yeah, I was asking for the sign there, looking over the third.
At what point did you know you were going?
Well, you got to make your mind up, in a situation, you look at the game, we're down 2-0 right now, so you really just don't want to, put the team in a bad situation when we're trying to get back in the ball game, because you're facing a guy like Clemens who's not going to give up many runs, which it looks like, So when you're in that type of situation, you just got to make sure if you're going to take a bag, you got to get there.
Looked like a pitch to hit there.
Ray had a nice cut in that ball.
Yeah, just away enough, huh?
You notice that, his fastball has life. We're fouling a lot of balls up, straight back, and fouling them back.
Yeah. Fastball had some hop on it.
Some giddy up. High fly ball, deep down the right field line. If it stays fair, the Mets win the ball game. Foul ball.
That's your fans down the right field line, Straw.
None of those.
I mean, they had plenty to say all the time, didn't they?
Well, they had a lot to say all the time. I love them. You gotta love them.
Of course.
That's the thing about our fans. People say what they want, but our fans are great in the '80s for us. The way they supported us, and they rallied us. Into being great.
Yeah.
Think about it. Yeah.
Straw, they started doing the Roger chant after the Game 5 up in Boston. They were giving you the Daryl chant. The Shea fans had to rally behind you.
Oh, yeah.
Because they were on you pretty good in Boston, right?
Yeah, Mex tried to keep me together when I was in Boston because they were all over me. He was like, just go, just don't pay attention, It's like.
Well, it was nothing like that idiot in Atlanta. You remember when we got him?
I want to hear.
Yeah. Man.
That's an old story. This guy was drunk with his buddies. It was a day game, and he was just unmerciful on Daryl.
Yeah.
And we got him. He lost the school.
Oh man!
Did you like Raffy, where you forgot how?
Yeah.
Well, that could have been an out right there.
He dropped the ball. I want to hear specifics.
Hey, Straw, on that at bat, when you took that bag, were you thinking about that breaking ball, or you just took a shot?
I just took a shot. I mean, he had threw in 2 fastballs. Yeah, he threw in 2 fastballs in that situation. And Ray kind of fouled it off, and I kind of thought maybe he might be throwing an off-speed pitch,
Yeah, I thought that was
smart. Because I didn't really learn until later, about catcher setup. Mex started teaching me about the setup and the catchers and stuff like that. And you could, know off-speed pitches and fastballs, and he taught me a couple things there. And as a hitter, and I think that's why I was successful in some certain situations in big games. Like in the playoffs, you got. Yeah, there you go, Big Ray, come through.
Oh.
I've never seen that, but that was just a heads-up base running, man. When you took that bag after 2 heaters and there's a slider in the dirt. Awesome. I've never seen that. That was awesome.
By the way, that was a pitcher's pitch. That was a good pitch.
By the way, this is what we're here for.
Pitch. Yeah, Ray hit up the middle.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Ray could hit.
Yeah, he could, and he was tough, Max.
Yeah, he was.
Yes, he was.
He was tough. Ray battled, man.
Look at him.
Is that our first hit right there?
That was our first hit.
Yeah,
Get fired up. Were you aware at the time that you were being no hit?
Sure. I was.
Sure.
You didn't trust your hitters, eh?
Yeah, I was.
I'm like, come on, man.
By the way, that was a question from Steve on Facebook. Robert asks, actually, given that Clemens was pitching so well, though, was there anybody on the bench that is walking up and down trying to boost morale at that point, or are you guys so locked in on the game, Keith?
I think we were just locked in. It didn't.
Yeah.
Rah-rah. Everything's on the line here. We got to win 2, and we got to win this game to get the game 7.
We got to win this game.
Everybody was intense and focused.
You know what else is intense?
There's that high fastball. Tough to lay off.
Yeah.
Mookie was the most amazing player, wasn't he, guys? He could have a stretch where he struggled for a while, and then he could go 9 for 12 in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and he could just about hit any pitch too. You know, when he he was on, but when he was off, just like most hitters. You know, but when he was on, you know, you can bounce it up there and he'll hit it.
Well, he said when he was slumping that dinosaurs believed in him.
He never talking about going good or bad. If he was going bad, you didn't know the difference. He still was hustling, still give you all he had, even if he was struggling. Never.
Yeah. I always say that he's the classiest guy I ever played with, Mookie Wilson.
We are expecting to have Mookie later on in the game. He played a little role in this one, so yeah, we do need to hear from him a little bit later
I see what you did there.
This is a good at bat, though. He fell behind 0-2, works his way back in.
There's a good swing there.
You know, watching,
we had more clubhouse kids on the bench than any team in the history of the game.
There's Vincent right there. He's the one who said that about Yaz right there. He was a beauty. Man. Oh,
finally gets his hands right.
He retried. He retired. Oh my God.
Oh, he's got 90 pitches.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot up a flare. Get the bullpen up.
Fire somebody up. Hello, bullpen.
By the way, Mook. Notice that both base hits were on breaking balls.
Yeah.
That was huge. Allow me to get third.
Yeah.
Hey, Strahd, Dewey Evans got a little taste of the bounces out there in right field at Shea Stadium.
Yeah. Just that old outfield was.
Oh boy,
was tough out there. Seeing
the California players used to call the outfield at Shea Lake Shea.
Yeah, the California players. Yeah, don't remind us about those guys out there in LA. They beat us with heartbrokens now.
Yeah,
with a Roscoe.
Daryl, by the end of your career, had the fields gotten to where they are right now, or did that happen more recently?
A lot more turf. A lot more acid turf.
Hey, McNamara.
Yeah, it was more acid turf.
Hates you.
But our field was like, it was always in bad shape, you know. They took care of the infield. I mean, Mets made sure they took care of that, right?
Yeah.
They took care of that, you know. It was great. The infield was great to say.
But on those wet days, it was like a marsh out there, like a bog.
Yeah.
Interesting. The manager, not the pitching coach, came out.
I was gonna ask you that. Why do you think McNamara went out there?
It's World Series, Game 6.
But he's facing Ralphie, right? Ralphie coming up in the situation, right? First and third.
He pinch hit for
him.
They
pinch hit for him. They pinch hit Heat there.
This is the first appearance by one of the Scum Bunch.
Scum Bunch!
So, Ralph, how did you feel about... Is Ralphie still here? He's gone? Okay.
We lost Ralphie.
Yeah.
He probably didn't want to see him getting pinch hit. Daryl, you get yanked from this game.
Oh, don't remind me, Max.
I'm just glad Keith did it, so we don't have to.
Yeah.
Exactly. Bobby O's out of here after 6. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Mr. Burns also pinch hit for Daryl.
You guys surprised at all in that moment that they pinch hit for Ralphie?
No, that wasn't.
Yeah.
We had to get back in the game. It was the fifth inning right now, or yep, fifth.
Yeah, fifth inning. Yep.
And we had Elster on the bench, and Elster was a very good defensive player.
Right. So everybody doesn't remember what a great bench we had. I mean, that's
Right.
Yeah.
I do.
I mean, we had an awesome bench.
Yep.
And Danny
that Tuffle, right? I mean,
it was either Tuffle or
Tuffle. Yep.
Speaking of, how about that for an appearance? Tim Tuffle has joined us.
Tuffy.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Where are you?
Tuffy, put on the helmet.
Yeah, the Tuffy Shepherd.
What's going on?
Everything's good.
Bobby O, you were dealing.
Yes, I was, my friend.
Hey, Bobby.
Yeah.
Bobby, if Heap doesn't get this run in, are you coming out of the game? Are they pinch hitting for you?
I'm on deck, and the decision hasn't been made. And when that happens, I'm going back out.
I think you're going back out.
I wasn't out there for a decoy. I was out there because I'm still in the game.
You would have had a very short leach, though. You'd probably had someone up.
Keith,
you labored. You just battled through this.
Yeah, but Keith, what if Heap doesn't get the run in? You still got to hit for. I mean, Bobby's coming up with a runner on third. Then would he have been able to hit?
He might have pinched hit for him. He pinched hit for Ralph. But then you got your bench. You're going to use another guy off the bench.
Yeah.
I think he probably would. We will never know, but I think that he probably would have pinched hit.
Heaper had a good at bat there, man.
That was a really
hit
good
it right at him.
Yeah.
So we tied it up, huh?
Because when Dwight clanked that ball in right field while ready to get to third, that was huge. That play gets lost, but that was a huge play. Yeah, he knows it. Dwight knows it. He's a stud. Good guy. Who else going to drive it in?
Clemens has got to be very careful.
Oh, good cut, Bobby O. Good cut.
But that train left the station around 10 minutes early.
Davey probably asked me, how do you feel? And I said, man, I feel great.
Yeah.
Lie, but you don't want to come out of game in a World Series. None of us here.
No.
It's a dream come true since we were little guys, and we're there. And you don't really process that at the moment, but all of us, you got to drag us out of that game.
Yeah. That's what I loved about all of us, Bobby. You were a gamer, man. Our whole team was a gamer. Everybody wanted to be in. Everybody wanted to play.
Yeah.
It didn't matter for us. We just wanted to win. We got to the series here and lost the first two games. You think about that series we had against the Astros, man. We grinded, man. We were exhausted from that series. We played so well. But you just missed it right there, Bobby O.
I think I playing there.
Can we get Bobby O and Straw a show?
Hey,
they were playing you the ball. Yeah,
Bobby,
Straw,
you make a good shift, that might have been a hit.
When I came over, and in the spring of '86, I felt after a couple weeks, this is a bunch of gamers that care about winning. It was only spring, and I don't mean to be disparaging against Boston, but it didn't have that vibe.
Really?
They wanted to win, but there was an edge on this '86 team that I'd never, ever, ever felt in my life before or since that year. It was amazing, but it was we're here to win at all costs. And it was amazing for me because I went from, medium to off the charts gamers. It was awesome. It's like I got released into the wild. I'm like, man, I love it here.
Tough. Was that the same for you when you come over from Minnesota that same spring? Is it the same eye-opening experience?
Well, for me, it was eye-opening because you walked in, you had Keith and Gary and Straw and Mookie, and you just looked around and went, holy mackerel, these guys can play. I mean, these guys would, have a chance to be a Hall of Famers. And, when you walk into a locker room like that, and I came from Minnesota, and we were kind of, up and coming group. Our group was, we worked through the minor leagues all together and got up to the big leagues. There wasn't star-studded like this team was. And so, walking into that locker room, there's a lot of expectations that that you put on yourself just being around guys like this. Like, hey, I don't want to let these guys down. I want to be able to pull my end of the rope and make something happen. And I think that's what most of the young players felt on that team was that the veterans were here to win. You know, their clock was ticking. Our clock was just kind of starting, and you know, we picked up that vibe like, all right, we're going to win now. We're not going to wait. And you know, just being a part of this was the dream. You know, here you are in Minnesota. You know, and all of a sudden you get traded to a championship team.
Well, we're glad we had you.
You're ecstatic. You're ecstatic.
Hey, Tough, when you got traded, I know you're a Connecticut kid, but was your family really excited that you were kind of coming home?
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. You know, my dad. He was at most of the games my whole career in New York. So
that's awesome.
It was great for the family. It was great for me too.
Is that intimidating as a young player though too, to come into that type of an atmosphere, and especially when you're coming in essentially to take some playing time away from a popular guy in that clubhouse as well? Did it take time to really feel comfortable?
Oh yeah, it took a whole year to feel comfortable. I mean, you know, Wally. Let's face it, he was a fan favorite.
Yeah, I mean, he came up with the Mets.
The 1 and 2 guys, Dykstra and Wally. I mean, they love those guys. They like that grind, that speed, and the diving and the bunting and making something happen. And you know, Straw and Keith and Carter loved them because they were always on base for him. You know, so there was a love affair between the clubhouse and the fans that I had to kind of fight through. So it was a difficult task, but I think it worked out for everybody.
Yeah, I think you got there,
this
dude.
Baseball, I'm watching the game, guys. The first ball after they hit for Rafi the inning prior goes to Elster. Of course, right?
Is he smooth or what? He's smooth still.
He's right up from Double-A.
Elster's right, one of the best. He was the best glove guy that I thought I saw come up in a long time, and he was as smooth as you can get out there.
You don't get to come on the about a month, right? He hadn't been up long.
That's right.
Keith, he's expected to join us at some point relatively soon.
Nice.
He was in Double-A when he got brought up.
Right. I mean, from Double-A to the World Series, and there he is, put in late in the middle of the game in Game 6 of a game we got to win. I wonder how he felt about that.
That was a nice ground ball to get, though. That has to be your first one.
And that was the only game he played in the World Series. He hadn't played in any of the previous 5.
Yeah. And being an infield instructor, you know, watching Ellie do his work and watch him catch ground balls and all that, he's by far one of those guys that you go, man, I hope more guys can emulate this guy at shortstop.
Yeah.
Really good.
Why tough?
He just has fingertips to the ground, soft hands. He uses his feet real well. That play that he had, Ronnie, even though it looked like it was an easy play up the middle, it was an angle throw that he had no problem. I'm going to talk over Keith's.
No, please don't. Keith, Bobby, go ahead. What happened here?
I turned the wrong. This is my Will Chamberlain fadeaway. I thought I was on the hard court.
Clay plays different.
You can't feel the ground ball.
That's
fadeaway.
I turned the wrong way.
That was a little metal arc lemon there. I think.
Sorry, guys.
Welcome back.
Connection.
Well, Rafi, bad news.
What was it?
You're not in the game anymore.
Really? They got they getting hit for me into a double play, ain't it?
I scored the run, Rafi.
Well, I'll tell you what was going on in there. When you hit 218, that's what happened.
You could have done that yourself, huh, Ralphie?
I could have done that too.
That's true.
Look at Ray right on top of Clemens.
Oh.
Is that Spike Owens on first base?
Yeah.
How the hell did he get on base again?
He was on all season.
I think we get him out of. I think we get the lead runner here on the bunt.
He got on first base, Keith, because you turned the wrong way.
Oh, that's right.
Your jump shot.
Yeah, that was a fade. That was a fadeaway. He usually fade away, you know.
You know I love not fade away.
So I'm giving Bob a sequence of 3 pitches.
Right.
Throw home, throw to first, throw home.
He's
we
like,
always
why
get
did you
3
catch that
sequences of pitches on a bunt situation, so I can get a good break home.
Bobby's like, if you had made the play, I wouldn't be in this situation.
Yeah.
But you make up for it.
The best.
Boom.
The
Okay,
best.
nobody did it better. Nobody did it better.
Yeah, well, that was an easy one.
No, Max, because Max, you did that many times. You know, for people
Oh, I know.
come in, cross the third.
Yeah,
I've
that's
never seen
terrible.
anybody do it like that.
Well,
Make those plays.
The whole
talked
key
about it,
was
Mike.
that timing we had with the pitchers, those guys.
Bobby, you had to get out of the way.
I got that with the Cardinals.
Yeah, but you got to be able to make the throw, though. You know, that's the whole thing.
And I could get a better break against a left-hander because I would break when Bobby, the left-hander, come to the belt. As soon as he broke from the belt, I know he's going home. I could break. So I really was able to get a good jump.
What was Clemens saying to you? That's the best bunt I could put down.
No idea. Roger was a little out there when he was intense when he was pitching.
Yeah.
Did you like the chicken man here?
No. I really, really want to get him out. I mean, I got 2 outs. You know, Roger's first, so nothing bad's really going to happen unless, I leave one. I mean, he could cover the plate. He had one of the best eyes of anyone I ever played with. Yeah. So I knew I was up against it, but I also know that I had him mentally. I know I had him mentally.
And your team just got you 2 points.
2 runs.
You know what I mean? Like all of those thoughts are going through your head, right?
You don't want to cough it up, no.
Are you? Is your arm feeling better?
No, Keith. I fell on my elbow at first trying to get that crappy throw. Made up for it with the bunt, though, brother. I loved it.
Oh boy,
you wanted that pitch. Hey, you wanted that pitch right there.
That's a good pitch. That's such a good eye. He would get the calls.
Watch Gary Carter catch this. I used to love how he caught this low pitch.
It was a good pitch.
I still love that camera angle.
Yeah.
Oh, stop! Hey, yeah. Stop begging.
It's because there's stands now.
See you.
Can't get that same.
That play
Bobby,
you made.
Oh, you settled down.
The
play you made on the bunt, though, man, was huge. And we talked about what Keith was getting at, and I kept interrupting. It was like, okay, I'm gonna go home, then come to you. That enabled Keith to get that excellent jump to get down on top of that bunt. Right. If he's a step later, Spike's safe at second, and now it's a mess.
Yeah. Well, I was just saying how many times playing with Keith, we'd seen him make that play look so easy, where most first basemen cannot make that play. The only other first baseman that was playing at that time was Donnie Baseball. You know, him and Keith were like the 2 first basemen that ever made those kind of plays. That they would make a play because Keith could make that play coming in and throw the guy out across third. He would take that ball on the other side. I've never seen a guy do that before, where he could throw a runner out on third that's trying to advance to third on a bunt.
Everybody forgets Mattingly won 9 Gold Gloves, and he played in a league where they didn't bunt with the DH, They were all swinging. Mattingly was a terrific fielder.
Yeah. I know with Keith and the way we did the bunting is that any other team I played on or any other first baseman on a bunt, you got to cover that left side. You got to cover that bunt towards first base. But I always came straight in or towards third base because Keith always had that covered.
Yeah.
So, Bobby, you're settled in now, and he takes you out. Do you think you were done?
Well, he just let me hit. I'm like, I know. But I appreciated that he let me hit. And to me, that was like, it meant a lot to me. Not at the moment, but after. He let me stay in there and hit that. Now, I probably had a lot of pitches, and Mel or somebody might have said, that might be about it for him. Because I went 3 times through the lineup as well. So it meant a lot to me that he let me hang. And then he took me out here. And as I said, I really thought those were the last pitches I'd ever throw in the big leagues. I thought it was over. And I was cool with it. So that extra inning, unbeknownst to anyone but me, was meant the world to me to get that.
And you're also going to have to go to the meat of the order again. But great. What an effort.
Yeah.
I think Roger's got one or 2 more in him. I think he went 7.
Roger went 7, but it is interesting here. You see 99 pitches through 5, and my times have changed. Vin is saying right now, just shy of averaging 20 pitches per inning, be quite a load to carry in the ninth. Nowadays, 99 pitches, you're done. He's thinking about 4 more minutes. By the way, for those watching on Facebook who are asking, I know there's a new crop of people joining in. We are
You're not a new
currently
crop.
watching
Old news.
the game that is being broadcast on SNY.
No, you're not.
Turn on your TVs.
They did
and
this.
watch alongside the 86 Mets as we
Back in
we
the
head
day.
into the home stretch
I'm not a kid
here.
anymore.
Game 6 of 86.
I
bottom of
was.
the 6th inning. I would say home stretch, or I probably shouldn't say it though, because we've still got plenty of time left.
We got pot. Plenty of time.
Hey, Steve, are they watching on the same time that we are, or are they a little behind us?
They are.
Okay, good.
Be like a 5-10 second difference, but it's pretty spot
I sunk it up
Okay.
pretty close.
Hey, Tough.
Yeah.
You're coming off a pretty good Game 5, right? Couple hits, home run. You know you're going to sit because you guys have been doing it all year, the platoon. So what are you thinking? You just hoping for a bat late in the game or something, maybe to play a role here?
Well, it all depends who came in. You know, I was primarily against left-handed pitching, so they'd have to bring in a lefty out of that bullpen, or I wasn't going to see the field. So
Who was their left-hander out of the bullpen? Tough?
He had Zambito.
Zampito.
You
Okay.
say Nito.
So that was my only shot
Zambito.
of probably pinch hitting. I did pinch hit a couple times in different scenarios against righties, but only when I had to. And I think that's the point that Davey did. You know, he didn't want to use up his whole bench early, and I don't think he wanted just to send pinch hitters up there and waste guys early.
I
in
think
the
that's
game.
why Bobby hit.
So with Bobby coming on like he did, I mean, he saved the bench. He saved the whole bench going into the 6th inning.
Oh, he just dropped a little back. He dropped a little back door on Lenny, a little back door slide piece. Go sit down, Lenny. Grab some pine. Dropped it on him. Pretty good pitch.
Yeah, that pitch wasn't there. That pitch wasn't there, baby. That pitch wasn't there. Throw me the fastball. Throw me the fastball. You know that's what he came back and said. Oh,
yeah.
This is unusual. Usually, Wally's pretty dirty by this point in the ball game.
Yeah.
It was a battle, man. Clemens had good stuff that night, man.
He did.
I told you he did that night. He was good, man.
He was bringing it, man.
Like I heard Vince say he was throwing 96. I said, it looked like more than that.
Yeah.
That's the old gun, Tuffy. The old gun.
Yeah.
So what would that be today?
Plus he was sloppy.
He was throwing 100 miles an hour.
100, 98, 90.
He's throwing every bit of what Garrett Cole throws. Every bit.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like he's losing it as the game goes on.
Oh, he's a horse.
Well, he's down there from Texas. He's just like Nolan Ryan. Nolan was throwing hard, too, in that 86 series. We faced him.
Yeah, but you got him. You told Ashby, you said, "Hey, I got this one."
Don't worry about it. I made sure I got around those bases because it was Nolan, but
yeah, exactly.
I wanted to run by the catcher and say, thank you. Don't worry about it. I take care of this one for you.
Straw, I don't think you ever hit a home run that got out of the field quicker than that one.
No, that's what I'm saying. Clemens was throwing just like that. It's hard, but Clemens' ball had a little bit more hop on the rise.
Yeah.
Nolan came up, but Nolan would keep his fastball down. He would throw, he'd throw one high, but he would throw it up underneath you. Clemens leave his out over the plate a lot of times. So,
who was tougher, Daryl, for you?
I think Nolan was. Nolan, he developed a split finger later too.
Yeah,
and I think it was. Remember that Max? He was.
I do.
Split finger. Yeah.
He became a pitcher when he got that. Before it was just here I come, but when he started throwing this, he was a whole different ball of wax.
Yeah.
Do you remember what was going on through your mind right now?
I'm not feeling great at the plate. I didn't, and I'm choked up. I'm trying to get something hitting the hole, set up a first and third.
You trying to go the other way?
I'm not feeling good.
No.
I feel like I can swing and try to drive, really just power a ball in the gap. So I'm just trying to set up for Carter and Straw behind me and try to get a first and third going on here.
Oh, Buckner with the fake.
Oh, Bill.
So agile.
Bill.
Wow.
So, Keith, by that hole, you mean are you looking for something that you can hit between the first baseman and the second baseman in that hole, right?
Yes, and I'm looking for something out over the plate to pull, so I can just bring my top hand over.
Fuck with the college play.
Right between first and Buckner's holding on.
College.
He's got the bad
Little
pins.
League.
You know, you can't cover a lot of ground, and there's a big hole with first and to try to set up a first and third.
He's catching balls with two hands over there.
with the first
down
baseman
on his knees, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's breaking it all the way down, getting down on his knees, you know.
Oh, look at Keith. You're not happy with that call. Hands on the hips.
Yeah, helmet off. Yeah.
Fix the hair.
I'm Keith Hernandez.
Keith, you went off on Harvey in the NLCS. He gave you a lot of.
Oh, in the first at bat?
Yeah.
When he called me out, and I was on the split finger, and I was 6 inches outside, and I almost hit the dirt. I told him you can't call that pitch too quick, Doug. Lord, you can't call that pitch too quick.
Would he give you some rope, especially in the playoffs?
I just told him you got balls outside and low, and you cannot call that pitch too quick, Doug. And he said, "Now, son, I didn't call it too quick." I said, okay.
Is he Foghorn Leghorn?
Keith, was there any need for that little bug that used to get in your eye right about now?
Oh, yeah. What am I going to do? The catcher can make a different call. There you go. First and third, baby. Nope, hit it too hard. Yes, I did.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Waldo, there you
run
go.
in. What happened? It's you, Carter, and you, Stroud. You left them hanging.
I was behind Carter, you know. I mean, it was 1 out. I was following Carter. I was behind Carter. He was 1 out. I came up with 2 outs.
Was that a 3-2 count?
1-2. I think 1-1.
1-2.
Was that a hit and
was
run?
running. Wow.
Was that a hit and run? No, it wasn't a hit.
Not 1 and 2.
Oh,
no way.
Guys.
He got on top of that.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Got on top of that, Max.
bro.
That's right.
Guys,
There's no launch angle on that one.
We got a twofer.
Not to steal the thunder away from Keith's base hit. We've got two more members of the team joining us live. Howard Johnson is here, and Kevin Elster is here.
Joe.
Nice.
What's up, Ellie?
Hey. Real fast, guys. This 1986 watch party is brought to you by Citi. Citi is working with Lyft to give free annual Citi Bike membership to eligible
Donate
critical
to
workers
a
in New York
Mets
City.
charity.
Learn more at citybikenyc.com.
Everything do it. I don't know if it's still active.
Fellas, now you can keep going. Welcome, Hojo, and welcome.
Welcome.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey.
Straw.
Amazing how we stay in touch. Look at
know,
that.
right?
You, Rafi?
What's up? What's
Oh,
up, Sheik?
Cheeky.
Oh, my goodness.
This is so
Ellie?
awesome, you guys.
Haji, take off the hat. Let's see it.
The bad lettuce work.
Oh, you look good.
Cheeky.
The bad lettuce working,
You
Max.
guys are.
Oh, my
so
gosh.
great.
This is going to be fun. All right.
What does Kid do here?
Strikes out.
Outside.
Ball outside. Yep.
He had a big strike zone.
Mighty.
Ellie,
So
we
for
just
those-
saw you make when you first came in, Kevin. We saw you make a play on a ground ball. How nervous were you?
Oh,
There's
my
no
God,
86
Ryan.
card for Ellie.
You know, the infield in those days, as everybody probably remembers, it was not like the infield's now, right? It's
Yeah.
the rock pile out there. So, hey, man, I was glad to get that first one out of the way. That's for sure.
Do you remember that, Ellie? Do you remember that play?
I do. Yeah, I do. Because it was the first one. You know, thankfully it was the first play, right? First ball hit.
Yeah, first play. Yeah.
Oh, it was so nice to get that out of the way, out of the way, and then. It was a little easier from there, but the whole time I was using Ray Knight's glove, his BP glove, because somebody had stolen my glove when we were in. We otherwise got lost when we were in Houston.
Yeah.
When we won, so I didn't have a glove.
Oh,
It wasn't like so I was using Ray Knight's BP glove.
I'm glad I didn't know that. I was on the mound.
You didn't have a backup?
No. I was from Double A, man. Double A.
We were talking about your fielding, Kevin. Ellie, you could have fielded with a peach basket. Whatever.
Oh, brother, I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, hands, great hands, soft hands.
Big time.
Yeah.
Ellie, where are you at? Where are you?
I'm in Cali.
In the southern
Yeah,
Cali?
Huntington Beach.
You know he's a
Going out
Cali
in the
boy.
water?
What's that?
To get out on that beach.
Oh yeah, I go out there anyway. You know, ain't gonna stop us. Ain't stopping us.
Are you locked in right now?
They're opening the restaurants, I think, here today, actually.
And they're closing them.
Cool.
Yeah.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Kevin, we were talking about you and the nerves, but is it possible to describe what that swing is from being in Double A and then just a month and a half, 2 months later?
You know what, man? These
missed it.
My whole dream was just to be up in the big leagues, and just
That
to
was a
get
pitch.
here this time. I was overwhelmed. I really was. I didn't want to screw it up for these guys. This was their team, and they were well established. And the only thing I could do was screw it up. So I was just trying my best not to screw the whole thing up.
Well, we love you, Ellie.
Straw, you just missed that pitch, my friend.
Yeah, I wish I could have it back.
You took vicious cuts this whole game. You've been taking some rips.
I had some good at bats against Clemens. I don't know why. For some reason, I was just trying to make him get the ball down. And this situation, I think he just got me in. Yeah,
hit the ball hard.
Yeah. Yeah, just turned it over. Yeah. Then Davey, this double switch right here, right?
This when you come out of the game?
He double switched you here?
Yeah.
I don't. Is it here?
I'm not sure.
Not in the sixth. Not in the sixth, I don't think.
No,
I think it's
later.
Bobby, are you out now? You're gone now?
That's the seventh.
What, you was 6 and fly?
God. Better lead. Yeah, get me out of here. Hojo, where you at?
I'm in the backyard, man.
Nice.
Hojo, what are you thinking as this game goes on?
Bobby,
Elster's
you
already in the
inspired me
game.
to have one ready.
He's like, why did Keith name his cat Haji?
I was just saying, at this point, Elster's in the game. You're probably going to be used at some point. So as the game's getting later and it's still really tight, what is your mentality as you await to be used?
Just like Davey did all the time, he used all of us. So I just tried to be ready, and I figured if we were either tied or behind, he probably would switch me and Elster. But yeah, we've been doing that for a while, me and Ellie, all year.
How about Rogers' year, guys? 14 wins and 22 saves. Is that crazy?
So, Bobby, you're done. You go. You stay on the bench, or did you go to shower up?
I went. I didn't shower because I just want to hang out, and I just iced up and just sat there in a towel and was watching the TV in the locker room, and just hoping for the best, man. I mean, at this point, we could have gone either way, but all my teammates I know felt the same way. If we lost this game, we accomplished nothing.
What's up, world?
Not a guy on that screen wanted second place. Not one of us.
Right.
So it was hanging in the balance, so I couldn't take a shower. I might have had a frosty beverage and just sat and watched.
You might have had one, right?
No, there's no way you only had.
Things never change.
Oh,
Mitch.
Oh, that is a great idea. I'll be right back.
Jump in.
I forgot all about that.
Give
me one of them frosties.
Catch up.
Hey, we've got Kevin Mitchell here as well, live.
Look at all the teams on the line, man.
Hey, Mitch.
What's going on, man?
World, you look great.
You do, don't you?
I got this Corona beard right now.
I want a Corona beard.
I'm trying to stay indoors, man. It's getting frustrating, though, but
Yeah, well.
You look great. You really do. You might be the best of all of us.
Yeah. You look like a caboose.
Oh, that ain't Rafi on there.
Yes, it is.
Oh, where's he at?
Rafi.
Ralphie.
Tough. How about the
Oh my God. Look at, Billy Ocean.
You nailed it.
I'll be back in a second.
Hey,
right.
Kevin, if you put on gallery view, you can see everybody at once.
Bitch.
All right, so I'm the host, but I'm also the tech here. So if you go, I think top right, you see that?
Well, you're talking to a non-tech though.
Yeah, I was the same way forever.
Anyway, I've got some beer
I'm not gonna do
that
right now.
I'm gonna drink.
I see everybody up there already.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're on.
I have a feeling
No, I ain't got no game.
this will help me get my Corona beard.
Huh?
Your big hit.
Okay, but you can still tell me about it though, man. I mean,
Right now,
I didn't even look at
stupid
the
Roger
mail. I just
Clemens is on the
logged
screen.
Man. You guys already, it's already messing up my motorcycle riding today, man. I was gonna ride to Palm Springs today.
Man, you better stay off that motorcycle, man.
Come on, man. I take it
Down the hatch for a Corona beard.
Some kind of stress.
You got
social distance, man.
You got bad leg, hips, and all the things.
Hey, social distance.
You've been hanging out with Mets too much, doing the helicopter too much, man. You need to slow down, man. I say you've been doing the helicopter too much. You got to slow down.
Oh, the helicopter.
Get that social distance from a motorcycle.
Your arms look like they're atrophying, by the way.
Yeah.
Got a leg hanging out of your shirt.
Somebody get that guy a nipple for that beard.
Oh, man.
Bobby O, man. Look at him. You looking good, Bobby O.
Well, you are too. You got one of the biggest hits of our lives.
You know, my main guy is on here, Supermax, though. You know what I'm saying? Supermax is on here, man. I got to listen to him every time he on the air, though. Him and Ronnie G.
Yeah, Supermax.
They sound good. They still sound like them Thundercats.
So we were talking about our bench and how our bench had a future MVP, future 30-30 guy, and Howard. I mean, Davey had so many weapons when Lenny played. Mookie was on the bench. I mean, it was just such a great bench that we had. Danny Heaps, Mitch. Mitch played against the right-handers. Mitch was our secret weapon against Tudor. He owned Tudor.
Yeah, I love to hit off him. After I left y'all, man, y'all helped me out so much with that. Especially you, Max. You know what? Especially when you want to bet me against how many hits I'm gonna get today.
We had fun.
No, Max was the driving force for all of us. As far as the offensive players, he was. He was really the driving force for all of us. I mean, he taught us so many different things. I mean, he taught me how to hit left-hand pitching, and I became so much better at hitting the ball the other way. Because of that, and it's just a little thing
to do it.
When you look back on it, well, he said when a guy's throwing hard, all you got to do is get the cause back and about his pocket. When the guy's throwing off speed, get up so you can be able to catch the breaking ball. And it was such a difference. When I started doing that, when facing guys that were throwing hard, I get back, let that ball get deeper in. Right.
Hey, can you guys kill all your alerts? That'd be great.
Yeah, he was a great student. He was a great student. Max was a great student of the game. I mean, he wouldn't take infield or anything like that. Don't worry about all that. He wasn't gonna do all that. He was doing his crossword puzzle, and once the game started, it was on. It was on. I mean,
Mr. P too.
The guy IQ was his IQ as a player.
I've got a good story.
Jeffrey, Ronnie.
On a black coffee.
Do you remember the team meeting we had for the playoffs? And Ray Knight got up and said, "Now, Keith, take infield with us. This is the playoffs." Remember he said that? And I said, I took infield the whole playoffs in the World Series, only because of Ray. Keith, get your butt out there and take infield with us. You've been taking infield all year. It's the playoffs, so I took infield during the playoffs in the World Series.
Hey, Max,
you guys have the teamwork to make the dream work.
Coffee time.
Black coffee.
Coffee time.
Max, I want to ask you a question. Did you ever take a day off?
What's that?
I can't remember you ever taking a day off.
Oh, I did on occasion.
I was just telling somebody.
I played around 155, right? 154.
I was just telling somebody. I can't remember you even not playing at all.
Well, hey, right?
He was a grinder, man. He was out there.
You're right.
You're not like them. Not like
ball working.
Oh,
that ball sailed on Ray.
You know, at this point, he's thinking he's going to be the GOAT, right?
Right. And I remember this too. Remember when we came in after the run scored, and Ray walked by me and said, "God darn it, Keith, you're always getting late to the bag all year long." He's just showing me. And I looked up and I said, "Ray, we're going to get it back." And he said, "Well, yeah." I said, "Yes, we're going to get it back." And Ray was okay. And guess who got it back for us? Ray.
Yeah.
But this ball just sailed.
Yeah.
I should have not even thought about
jumping. You could.
Yeah, I should have just caught the ball, but it wouldn't have mattered. Shit.
There he is.
So Evans gets a hit here. We should be in the dugout. Did you guys feel like we were fighting upstream the whole series, the whole postseason? I mean, every game against Houston except game 2, we were behind, you know, and then the 2 games we won in Boston, we kicked butt, but, you know, other games, it's always felt like we're paddling upstream.
Well, you know what? Well, we had the target on our back. Never was a bigger target than our back, you know. 108 W's, everyone wants to take you down.
That's a good point, Ronnie, because we were the team, you know, we were the team that everybody was talking about. Because you think about it, we won the division by what? The Phillies were like 21 games behind us, you know, something like that. You know,
just look how many games we won coming from behind up to the 7 innings.
Yep,
I think we were like 37 or 38 games or something like that.
Comeback kings or queens.
Daryl, you've always made the
ball game.
Oh, good play there.
Oh, kid.
Oh, way wide.
Kid
Daryl,
was so nimble for a big guy.
Yep.
You made the point that that you guys put a bigger bullseye on your chest with all the fights and trying to intimidate teams. You always thought you guys intimidated everybody else. That probably made it even bigger, right?
Well, everybody hated us, they said, because of the curtain calls, and they thought we were showboats. And, you know, Carter and all of us, you know, when we come out for the curtain calls, and, you know, we got into a lot of fights that year. You know, Mitch was just not having it. You know, when the fights jumped.
I love
off,
the curtain calls.
When the fights jumped off, you know,
and the fights.
I was a rookie, man. I was just following.
Ray Knight hit Eric Davis, Cincinnati.
Eric Davis,
Niedenfuhrer,
Palmer.
Every kind of team we were.
Mitch was our enforcer.
Hey, I was just following y'all's lead, man. You know.
Hey, Mitch.
Come out there, y'all was gonna send me to AAA.
Yeah, Mitch, tell it to Sammy Khalifa.
Yeah, you almost killed him on the ball field.
Sammy Khalifa.
In Pittsburgh, that fight.
Messing with Mr. Pierre, right?
Of course, Sammy didn't have a chance against you.
Messing with me. Who told me to let him go? I hadn't even a chokehold.
He was purple.
Yeah.
Oh, Davies got the red butt
because Evans stepped out right when Roger was about to throw.
Mm-hmm. Ronnie, that happened a decent amount in that series, didn't it?
Well, I mean, you know, everyone's grinding, man. Everyone is grinding. Their team, our team, hitters, pitchers, every pitch, of course, in the postseason. It's a cliche, but this one seemed like every pitch was the most important thing that you're ever going to do in your life.
Yeah. And knowing Dwight, he was messing with Roger a little bit, stepping out late. That's a little bit of a game players play on each other.
The old step-out game.
It's all part of it, and this is the biggest game of everybody's season right now.
Bobby said it right. I mean, if we don't win this series, it's almost an embarrassing year in a strange way.
especially winning all the games.
But you guys remember we were so good.
108 of them.
We never quit. We never gave up that year. You know, you think about the team, all the games that we had to come back. You know, some teams would jump out on those 5 runs and they'd be over there high five, and we sit over there just like, man, this game is not over. We're gonna win this ball game.
Was he safe at second, Ellie?
Oh God, yes, he was way safe. I knew. I was thinking, Wally, just throw it to first, you know. But you know, at that point, my job was just to get the out at first. There was no way. There's no way we're getting him at second.
Good try, but nicely done by you, Al.
Yeah, thank you.
You never know. You had Fred Brocklander at second. Anything could have happened.
That's so true. Ready.
He's no Harry Windle stat.
So here we are. We're down again. Late in the game. Down again.
Yeah.
But Darryl, like you said, you fall behind late in the game, but there's this expectation that you're going to find a way.
Yeah, I mean, this team was so good. It was so talented. I don't think so many people underestimate, you know, the kind of year we really had. You know, and I always talk about how great our pitching staff was. We can depend on them to keep us in ball games, and that was the important thing of this team here. Because the offensive players that we had, like you see Tuffle, Elster, Santana, Keith, Carter, Knight, everybody, we always knew that we can come through with big hits. Mitch, you know, people can play roles. You know, when you had a team like that, very talented like that, you had a chance to come back and win ball games, and that's what we had that entire season. I mean, you think about the playoff series against the Astros. You know, we just had to have big hits, you know, and guys made big hits. You know, it didn't matter who did it. Let's just get it done. That's what I love about these guys and love about this group. You know, this is the best team I've ever played on, ever played on. You know, I played on some pretty good Yankee teams, but they wasn't like this team. You know, we had a lot of fun. You know, we were tight knit. We were animals together. And we went to battle together, and I love that.
Throw by Mook.
How about Mook?
Mook.
That's huge.
I mean, how big is that play in the game?
Huge.
Game saver.
I forgot about Mook too. That's right.
That's just big.
Was it the year before Mookie had the bad shoulder too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Got him. Oh, that's Rice.
Right.
Yep.
Rice.
You got to send him right there too.
Yes.
Good play.
Mookie made that big play in left field at Fenway off the monster.
That's right, against Geb. That was against Gebben too. Game 4.
That's a great play. That's a great play by Kidd. You know, allowing him going to get the throw and coming back. You know, to make the tag.
That was back when actually Ray,
7th inning stretch.
Jim Rice was a very big guy. He could have laid in the Kid right there, but he chose to try to dodge him.
Yeah.
Well, Kid was just as big.
No.
Kid was like a tree.
Not as big as Rice.
I saw Rice naked. He's huge.
No. Come on, man. That's way too much That's too much information.
Come on down the gut. He just never grew up.
Come on, we don't want to go there.
You're not. Stop. You're acting like Lenny now, like you don't know.
Where's Ray?
Oh God.
Acting like Lenny.
Ray.
Yeah.
Acting like Lenny.
Oh, where's Ray?
Where is
he's coming.
No.
He's busy knocking someone out. He'll be on in an hour.
Maybe he's getting out of jail now.
Oh gosh.
Yo, this game though, where Orozco and McDowell against the Reds played right field.
What's going on?
Awesome.
Haji just marinating right now with his cigar in his mouth.
Just marinating. You know how it goes.
Speaking of marinating,
You're in Nashville, right?
I'm in Nashville, yeah.
Nice town, huh?
It is a nice town. Just chilling, man. Beautiful night.
great call, world.
It ain't Florida, but it's pretty good.
And the whole crew is on here, man. It's good to see y'all, man.
It's great to see everybody.
When's the last time you guys saw each other?
Maybe the 25th anniversary, maybe?
Yeah.
Too long.
I saw Tough, in October. I saw Straw in October.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, here and there, right? We can go back and forth every now and then.
I saw Straw in
Well,
January.
you know what? I try to get a hold of Tuffle and Hojo. I think they changed their number on me.
Me too, world.
Double Mitch. Same number.
I do have to say.
All the time, man. All the time. I try to call you.
Hey, Mitch. It hadn't changed in like 15 years.
You showed on that. You screamed. You must have blocked me or something.
I don't remember the number. What was the number again?
Spam or something.
After this thing we're doing tonight,
Tuffle Shuffle.
We don't see each other enough. This is fun.
That's true talk right there, Rodney.
Cheers.
Yeah.
I am available.
When's the next team thing we're going to end up going to?
Game 7 reunion?
Well, we have to. We have to
have your people call my
I'm not
people.
going to New York. There's too many people fading off over there.
I am my people.
Perfect time to go.
What's everybody's opinion on the return?
What do you think?
If nothing happens, it'll start. I think it'll start July 1st. I do. Get 81 games in. If nothing happens, tragic happens.
I'm going to go Price is Right lower. 60
Tough.
games.
There's a lot of green out there on both sides. They want to get it
Dodgers
started.
win it all.
Yep.
I bet you all $1 million.
Mook the back.
Mook.
Battle.
William.
Who else is supposed to be on?
We're hoping for Ray, and we're expecting McDowell and Mookie at some point.
About Waldo.
He bailed.
That's the whole
Bailed.
man.
Yeah.
Where's Waldo?
That's too bad.
I know. I was looking forward to hearing him.
Straw man, were you back in Orlando, man, or what? Florida?
No, I live in St. Louis, man.
Oh, okay.
He's in enemy territory.
I know,
Where
man.
you down in Florida?
I see Ozzy all the time.
Yeah.
They ever drop ponds cum on you, Straw?
Yeah, they kind of like us now since it's all over. I said, but they hated us when we came through it.
That's true.
PP, where are you at? Are you in Florida?
I never left. Yeah, when it all came in spring training, so I just stayed here.
Oh yeah, that's good.
I mean, New York is really
Keithy, they love Keithy here in St. Louis. They still do. They still talk about you. Yeah, they still talk about you.
Cardinal sin, right? Cardinal sin.
They hated that you got traded and came to the Mets. They said,
Oh well.
Because he probably was the prettiest thing that ever came through there, So
They're only human.
Yeah. Only human.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Oh my God.
So you still have some good Cardinal fans here, Max. I got to let you know that.
No, I gave him some good years.
You did.
Wow.
How about Roger with the Puma spikes? Not many people had Puma spikes in those days, did they?
Now, Daryl, are you out of this game yet or no? You
Not
still in
yet.
this game?
Yeah.
I forget.
I can't remember when he double switched it,
I think he double switched you for Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, he did.
Rose.
Who's that?
Yeah, he did, right?
Who's Mr. Freeze?
He was like, I'm going in. His face was all sunk in.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
The Micronite man.
Oh man.
Gosh. Oh gosh. Lee smoked those Kent cigarettes with the Micronite filter. So I always called him Micronite.
I want to know why I called him
that
Mr.
first pitch
Freeze.
is down, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Ellie, get this
Mr.
first.
Freeze. Ding.
Oh, were you
Ellie,
nervous?
you wanted Clemens, didn't you?
Oh,
Look at that.
Ellie,
God.
were
I
you
don't
nervous?
remember that. No, I'm not nervous hitting. I was never nervous hitting. I was only nervous in the field. Rock pile.
Yeah, but it was our rock pile.
Yeah, well, not just
Damn straight, Bobby O.
I mean, everywhere, right? Chicago, L.A.
L.A. was
But
nice.
yeah, no, Shea was bad. Shea was bad.
That's Seaver, by the way. I don't know how many younger Mets
R.I.P.
fans know
Tom
that
Terrific.
he had a shot. That was his last season.
Yeah, he had a bad knee.
Yeah, talk about a fish out of water. Yeah, how odd was that seeing him over there?
Right. Can you imagine if he started Game 4 instead of Al Nipper?
I won't make a comment on that.
No, not anti-Al. I'm just saying.
I know.
As far as a story.
No. We just felt that Oil Can and Nipper couldn't beat us. Didn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, our mark was Clemens and Hurst. That was our mark.
Yeah.
Hurst was some kind of pitcher, boy.
Yes, he was.
He's a competitor.
Really pitch.
He was like Bobby O. Sort of like Bobby O,
His
grinder,
hammer, though, his hammer draw was, oh man, it was right up the top.
Yeah.
It
was big. Yeah.
When I got traded over to San Diego,
Bobby O was sneaky too.
The first guy I went into the clubhouse was Bruce Hurst. Walked up to me because he was on the Padres, and he went through the whole friggin' sequence of my last at bat against him. That was like, oh.
Hey, Tough, the home run you hit against him in Fenway, wasn't it on the 0-2 pitch?
Yeah, it was. He tried to sneak a cheese on the outer part of the plate by me. Yeah, he had a good splitter. He had that good split, but he tried to sneak the cheese.
Right.
I tried to sneak the cheese.
I don't know.
You made him like it, huh?
He gave you a freebie.
He wasn't thinking, right? Good at bat, Ellie.
I made him work.
Great at bat.
I don't remember that.
Good at bat.
I don't remember that.
Good at bat. That's a great at bat.
I do not remember that. I thought it was only a couple pitches.
Hey, Harp, do you remember in the press box them announcing that Bruce Hurst was the World Series MVP after there was the second out?
Did they? I don't remember that.
No.
We saw the sign.
Yeah.
We saw the sign on the scoreboard go up though, congratulating the Red Sox.
That's crazy.
Who announced that he was?
Yeah, I saw that.
Broadcast, Steve?
No, apparently it was announced in the press box to the writers and the broadcast media that Bruce Hurst was the MVP.
So they messed up twice.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, putting congratulations on the scoreboard was nuts.
I know this.
I heard about
that at late in postseason games, what they'll do is they send around a piece of paper, and you're supposed to, in the booth, if you're the announcers, vote who you think is the MVP of the series, and that happens around the 6th or 7th inning. So they have the idea who the MVP is by the 8th.
In the 8th inning, Dave Henderson, spike on.
Inside info right there.
There you go.
And knowing is half the battle.
Kool-Aid, man.
Those pencils come with eraser?
Yes. They needed it.
Hey, Mitch. I think fans can see it. It's pretty evident you had a big impact, even though you were there through '86. How hard was it for you to get traded off this team after that?
It was very hard because I created a family with these guys, man, and a lot of trust, and just felt that I had a big responsibility, with my teammates, the way they taught me how to play this game. I got to give a lot of credit to these guys, that was on this team because they taught me how to go out there and try to do it. But it was even funner even playing against them. So,
Hey, Mitch, in your MVP year with San Francisco, who was the biggest influence, you think, when you got over to the Giants?
Dusty.
Yes.
I got to give all my credit to Dusty.
Is he a good man or what?
Man, he is so awesome.
One of the best.
I still got a good relationship with him, too, right now, man, and it's just been unbelievable.
Keith, what are you doing? A seance, or what are you doing there?
Got to light the room up.
I just got an email that I got my light.
Remember, but I wanted a Bud Light.
Provided by SNY.
Keith, tell SNY to email Ronnie that he needs to learn how to frame a shot like he frames a pitch.
No makeup tonight.
Oh, never makeup. Look at that face. It's a face that's left too many men on base over 17 years in the big leagues.
No.
The mustache is back, though.
Cashed in a lot.
Max, you was one of Max, you were one of the best clutch hitters I've ever seen, I've ever played with, man. You know, to watch that day in and day out, it was, yeah, of course, defenders, but as far as hitter and situations, you know, I've seen you in a lot of good situations, and I've just seen you just clutch up. You know,
hey man, the best first baseman I played
that's
with.
the kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff. Yeah.
The lineup we
you
had in St. Louis.
You didn't get enough credit, but I'm just saying, man, you didn't get enough credit. You didn't get enough credit for who you were as a player and what you meant to us coming over to New York for us. You know, because I was young when you came over and got traded, and you didn't know if you were going to stay. And you said your dad told you there were some young players coming through the minor leagues.
Yes, he did.
Good, and you know, and you stuck around, man, and you helped us all. And then Carter came over, and Ray came over. So that's why we sit here tonight. You know, we sit here because of that. You know?
Yeah, and Frank wasn't finished. He brought Sid eventually over, Coney, Howard.
Yeah. Brought Holt Joe, and all those guys.
I mean,
Tough.
Frank
came over, you know.
Frank did a great job building that team, boy.
Frank was busy.
Yeah. Really doesn't get enough credit. He doesn't get enough credit.
That's why he's for Max.
Was there one key move in your mind, or was it you know, hard to separate the Keith trade and the Carter trade? I mean, is it too difficult to do?
I mean, everything. Ray Knight was a big part of our club. We got Ray Knight for a song. He got Danny Heap. All these components that, you know, not everybody can play. Tough came over.
Bobby O.
Sid, Bobby O.
Fernandez.
Well, then we got, you know, Coney, for crying out loud.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe that.
Coney wasn't on the '86 Mets.
So that was right.
Frank understood not everybody's a starter. You know, we talk about the bench.
Yeah.
He brought in pieces that were a big component to that ball club.
You know what I felt? One thing he could have done in '86 is that he could have got us another left-hander in the bullpen. But I think he just felt that we had such a great offense that, you know, in our starters, starters went 7-8 in complete games, that he can pretty much stick with Roger and Jesse, you know. In today's game, you know, he would have had to have more of a pin.
Ellie, that ball was like a bullet, wasn't it?
Oh, the bullet. But
By the way, my game is frozen. It looks like I'm okay. There we go.
I'll say frozen.
What's your language, man?
I'm going to call the police here in a minute.
Hey, baby, will you bring me up something?
You think about it, guys. You think about it. You think about it. You think about how good we really were, and you think about you had to win the division back then. You think about today's game where you don't have to win the division wild card. We would have been in the playoffs every year because of how good we were. Because we won 95 games a year. We finished second. Several times. Won 2 games out. You know.
I hear
we
you.
lost to the Cubs.
There's no baby.
Lost to the Cardinals. You know. You think about it. I mean, our 87, our whole staff gets hurt, rotation gets hurt, and we still stay in it. You know, but
still right there.
You know,
that was a tough year, '87. We had a lot of
it was.
A lot of injuries.
Yeah. When you lose your pitching, man, because you know we were built
every year
up until built around our pitching. You know, we had offensive players, but our pitching staff was the most important thing because every starter we had. Back then, you look at it, they were all number ones for somebody else. They could have all been on number ones, you know, in the rotation for somebody else. Sid, you think about Sid, the way he pitched, he really didn't think. And when he go out there, man, the games he used to have.
All I think about is milk steak.
A little bit to work with.
Sid's the unsung hero, boy. I tell you.
Yes, he is. Save my bacon.
Curveball that no one swung at. No one ever swung at his curveball.
That's right.
It's unbelievable.
They always missed the fastball, and it was like 88.
Yeah.
And he dropped that 70-mile-an-hour hammer on.
You talk to the hitters. It wasn't 88 at the plate. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it was hitting.
Well, this
day off for the infielders.
With the mutual respect of the offense and the defense was just a part of that unity that team had that I've never been around ever before or since. I know those guys across the field in this game didn't have that. There was this canyon. It was the hitters and the pitchers. And I don't think that's healthy for a ball club. And that's one thing I picked up when I first got over here. I was a veteran, but it was like, man, these guys are together. There's a unity on both sides of the ball. And I think in pressure situations, it really paid off for us.
Hey, I had no idea Mike Greenwell was on that team. Did you guys? He's up.
Yeah.
He was a kid. He was a pup.
He was young.
Ronnie, he's pinch hitting for Clemens here.
Wow.
McNamara said that Clemens asked out of the game, but a lot of people don't believe that. What do you guys think?
Well, Clemens denies it, for one thing.
Yeah.
Well, you got he said.
Well, I know them both. I believe Roger. I don't believe at all. You can walk in, soaking wet right now. Tell me it's raining. I'd go look. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I got to be honest.
Bobby O, I think it's time for the sunglasses.
Oh, is this what's Davey doing? Daryl, is this when you get the X?
Yeah. I believe so. He brings Manzo in.
No, he didn't take him out.
You know, don't forget, Roger's pitching on fumes now. Bobby was talking how about he pitched on fumes. Roger, pitched 5 innings in that 16-inning game in Houston. And I mean, he's literally on fumes out there trying to get it done. What are you telling him, Ellie? You remember?
I can't, no idea.
Yeah.
They're talking about how many beers Boggs actually drank.
Nothing.
Don't let him hit it to me.
They can hit it in the air.
Situation here.
So I think the situation, it's Henderson's on second.
Right.
Two outs, Boggs up, and it's the top of the 8th right now, and you guys are down 1.
So they're probably talking about.
I forget what happens here.
They're probably talking about whether they should walk him or not. That's why Davey came out.
Yeah,
right.
He throws a couple pitches to him, and then they decide to walk him.
Okay.
Who's up next?
Marty Barrett.
I always thought Marty Barrett was a good ball player, man.
Yes.
You're right, Huck. I totally agree with you. He was smart.
Smart player, very smart.
Yep.
Hey, so Keith, Clemens is out of the game. Are you thinking, hey, that's glad to see that, or was he?
Is he out of the game now? They pinch hit for him.
He just hit Greenwell.
Remember?
Boy, my memory is just totally
scrambled.
It was like 3 minutes ago. We
didn't start the 8th inning.
No, Schiraldi.
Oh, Schiraldi came in.
Oh boy, I tell you what. But he threw. How many pitches did he throw?
It was over 130. It was like 134.
You know what? You got all winter to rest. With that bullpen they had, wild horses were going to get me out of that game.
Oh my gosh!
How was the confidence when you saw Schiraldi come?
I felt that Calvin was going to have a hard time, and then when we didn't know the fans were going to start chanting Calvin.
Oh, the crowd!
And that just totally sent him to the Rikers.
Right over the Rikers,
right? They see the Rikers with handcuffs on.
Oh my!
Mitch, you were roommates with Schiraldi in the minors, right?
Yeah.
Yep, we came through.
Do you have a feeling that it would get to him?
Yeah. I didn't think he had the heart to be out there at that situation right there. He's always told me how he would pitch me. So.
There were fastball. Didn't he have a very straight fastball?
He had a straight fastball, and that little slider, so that was it.
There were a lot of he played with Clemens in Texas. There were a lot of scouts that liked him better than Clemens.
Yeah.
Those scouts should be fired.
Schiraldi always struggled, I think, didn't he, until this year? Until this 86?
Yeah, he did struggle. He struggled in the minor leagues, too.
Yeah. He'd be that guy you'd say, I don't know how this guy doesn't get more people out.
Yeah.
It's like Mitch said, though, he couldn't handle it. Maybe. I mean, some guys, it's tough.
As a roommate, I don't. He's talked about a lot of stuff, but I just didn't think he could handle the pressure out there. So like Keith said, it's like going to Rikers with handcuffs on. I felt
I met Bellevue with the straight jacket.
And the chains around his face. He was short-arming stuff up there.
There we go, Daryl. Bye-bye.
All right. Yeah. Okay, Keith.
Daryl, don't get pissed off.
Well, wonder what Uncle Bill would say to us.
No, the hardest part of this is Mazzo has to find a glove.
Hey, it's still not Daryl, by the way. Daryl gets another AB.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought he double switched on left-hander, right?
When I talked to my father the next morning, my dad said, "What the hell is Davey taking Daryl out of that game for?"
I know. I couldn't believe it. I was like,
it's called playing the percentages.
We butted heads here and there. Then he come to the back of the plane looking for a drink from me. So.
We had some epic, not only plane rides, how about the bus trips from the airport?
Oh my God!
Regale us with more stories.
Hey,
I'm
gonna tell you what, you guys corrupted me, man. Got to that team.
Mitch, don't even start, Mitch. You remember in Montreal. You remember Montreal.
You want to bring up Montreal.
I want to bring up Montreal.
To me.
You guys left me out on that bench like that, man. I can't believe that, man. All right.
Hey, all Mitch was looking for was his gazelle. Make sure that he didn't lose his gazelle glasses.
Hey, tough.
He was passed out on the bench.
Tough. Remember when we got to Atlanta and we were driving back to the hotel about 3:30 in the morning, and Raffy started pissing on the bus. Remember that?
Haji.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Haji.
That was the night of the steak. That was the steak night when Mexico had the box open.
Ralphie,
me up, man.
Hey, Ralphie would never do that.
That never not like that. You gotta make me up.
No, but Billy Ocean will.
I love you, Raffy. I mean,
I gotta walk my dog.
Oh right, walk the dog.
All right. Well, as Keith exits, it looks like we're getting Roger McDowell coming in.
Great.
Nice. Yeah. I'm not Roger.
Right as he comes out of the game, Roger McDowell joins us on the Zoom call.
Sick shot.
Yeah, I think he's connected to the audio, and then
Mr. Robot meets Kubrick. Yeah. I added some J.J. Abrams lens flares, so it looks pretty nice.
Tough.
Yeah.
Smells like St. Louis fan tears.
No, man. Bobby O got me thinking about yesterday.
That was in that was back when you were managing Brooklyn. Bobby O was the pitching coach.
We had so much fun.
Walked in there, it was like an opium den.
That's a good time.
Epic.
Yeah, we had a blast, right, Hojo?
Yeah, we did, man.
Raj.
Wow.
Hey, we got Roger McDowell. Raj, you hear us?
Hey, fellas, what's going on?
Hey, Raj.
Raji.
Hey,
Raj.
What's up, buddy?
How are you?
Hey, Raj.
Hey, Roger.
Hey, fellas, how are you? It's everybody.
Great to hear
you.
you.
Raj, thanks for coming in. You just came out of the game after 1 2/3. Just give us right up the top your memories from that outing.
If I remember correctly, one of the bigger plays of that game is when Mookie threw out, I believe it was Jim Rice. At the plate. I think it was in the 6th inning, and that was a big run saved, obviously because of the deficit we had to overcome later. But that was huge. So
it was a 7th.
Was it the 7th?
I think
7th, the outfield assist and
30 years ago,
the game-winning hit.
We can't remember what we had for breakfast yesterday.
That's right. Hey, Roger, Bobby, when he got on today, was talking about, he was running on fumes at the end of the year, as most players are. You had that unbelievable 5 innings in Houston. Were you running on fumes in this series?
You know what, Ronnie? I'm not sure. Probably looking back, yeah. You know, but at the time we were all at the end, and especially that game in Houston. You know, from a personal standpoint, but also from us collectively as a team, I think that you know, we were all spent, and we were all just trying to get through. But it was like we had played throughout the course of the year. It's like, you know what, whatever we had to do to win. Obviously, the Red Sox, you know, had some big games against some nail biting games against the Angels in their playoff series. So, you know, I mean, it was one of those things that you know, looking back, yeah, probably, but I think everybody can say that. But you know, you do what you got to do.
I can say that.
We all did what we had to do in order to be you know, world champions that year.
Wow.
No one was bailing out. No, the entire team. Right. No one was bailing out. Right?
Absolutely, nobody bailed out. I mean, it was, you know what you had, you gave.
Mr. Freeze is up.
And that's what we all did, and that's what we did all from day one, and collectively as a team, that's what we did during our time together. It was, you know what, we had fun, had a lot of fun, but throughout the games and when we crossed the lines, it was 100%, and we gave what we had for that day. Some days it was good enough, and some days it wasn't.
How did you and Hojo connect and become the Class Clowns?
Well, I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that Hojo was in a platoon and I was a reliever. And so I had a lot of time, and there were days when Hojo wasn't playing and Ray was playing. And so, you know, it became, I guess, by happenstance that we were able to have have that free time together to do the things that we did. So, I mean, you know, it wasn't just Hojo and I, you know, believe me, it wasn't Hojo and I.
Yeah, but you guys were great together.
There's a collection of pictures up there that you're looking at that it was all together.
Oh, yeah. It seemed like Uncle Bill was always the one getting it, too.
Uncle Bill.
Yeah, I mean, he was the kind of guy you love to get.
Oh, yeah. What a great man.
Oh, yeah. He was. He was such a classy guy, and, you know, was totally into how he looked in his uniform. He was a classy dude, just the perfect guy to make him feel vulnerable, right?
He had the best first base greeting.
You know, and it was,
two fingers.
You know, it was fun because
I got Mookie to bring the two fingers back.
Understood.
2011.
From a team standpoint, what those instances did for our ball club from a standpoint of some lightheartedness, but also from a collective standpoint of us being together as a ball club.
You guys are talking about Bill Robinson, just for fans who may not know, right? The hitting coach.
Yeah.
Right.
Excuse us.
No,
he's the hitting instructor.
Well, I think
That's right. That's right. He would yell at me if I said that.
Hitting instructor.
I think Roger. I think Roger and Hojo kind of just lightened the load for the club all the time. You know, they just kept it fun for everybody and kept it loose. You know, it's just so many different things and different ideas that they came up with.
And, you know, Mitch wasn't far behind.
I just thought it was being every.
Mitch had some spare time too.
Mr. Freeze.
Huh? Get out the bear gun.
No, Mitch became my personal barber, man. Remember, he was cutting my hair. And
I want to hear the Mazzilli
story.
stories.
You know, and he was supposed to be my.
Well, I told you don't move, Straw.
Remember when Mitchell got the Mr. T mohawk? He's like, I pity the fool.
He hated flying on planes.
Yeah, no. But I told you, just go ahead. After you left me plugged up. After you left me plugged up, I'd say just go ahead and cut it off.
We got all plugged up.
Hey, you had a better look. I gave you a better look.
Hey, I got a quick question, if you don't mind. Is Mex walking the dog again?
Yes.
Okay. And he got rid of the tripod bike.
No, he still got that. Still got the tripod bike.
Oh, that's right. There it is. I can see in the picture. It looks like a wheelchair from here.
He uses walking the dog in the booth for to get out of working for an inning.
Classic Keith.
So, Roger, what you're saying is you watch Beyond the Booth live.
Well, I watched it yesterday just because you know, Ronnie and Keith were on it, and it was pretty interesting to see Keith walk in unbeknownst to him that it was live.
They are the best booth in baseball, though.
Hey guys, let's get back to the game now because this obviously is a critical part of the game. So Mazzilli,
but I'm talking
gets
about
on
the
with
booth.
Single.
I can dig it.
Dykstra tries to sacrifice him over, and both guys are safe. So now it's first and second. You guys are down a run, bottom of the eighth. Nobody out with Backman up.
Yeah, they should have taken the out at first base. It was too close at second.
Did they get a second run in that inning off Raj or no?
No.
I knew Roger wouldn't give up anymore.
That's only because Mookie threw the guy at home.
Yeah.
So where are we here?
Bottom eight. You guys are down one run, first and second, nobody out. Wally up.
Hey, Roger, one quick question. At that top of the eighth, Davey came out with Boggs up. Did he give you the option of pitching to him? And you ended up intentionally walking. I think he threw 2 pitches and then intentionally walking. How did that work there, that conversation?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. I mean, put it this way. I think it was a time and an era when the manager came out. Obviously there were some guys that had the latitude to give him their opinion. This was my second year in the major leagues, and I never felt that I deserved that opportunity yet from a respect standpoint. So whatever the conversation was, it was a one-way conversation.
Yes. It's funny in the game that we've seen in the last few years how managers sometimes try to save that closer, for that save opportunity. Both closers are in now and ready to go, and they're going to go multiple innings, of course.
Different ball game.
Keith, what's the thought here?
I never really felt great at the plate, and it was kind of like, gotta go get him, Gary.
Yeah.
Seriously, I just Schiraldi threw a little bit like Lee Smith, where Lee and Alejandro Pena, who was with the Dodgers, they were a little bit behind where normal pitchers stride and let go of the ball. He was like a step behind, and it kind of threw me off. So I knew they were going to walk me. So, I mean, that was the right move. So,
this is the play you're talking about to right field. Is this the play you're talking about?
No, not Game 7.
Oh, okay.
So Kid mustn't. Does Kid get the run in here?
Yeah,
I think it's a fly ball.
Had to. Yeah.
3-0 pitch.
As a pitcher, you're picking your poison. I got to walk you because I got to walk you, but now I got Kid. It was the right move, but you're not even close.
Plus, you got Kid who doesn't run well. He hits a ground ball. You get double play.
Yeah.
We've got the great Dr. K back.
Hey, welcome back.
All right, fellas.
Notice anything different? It's a Corona beard.
Hey,
come on, Kid.
Trying to frame that.
Yeah, right? That low pitch, right, Roger?
Yeah. Yep.
Instead of sticking it as they do today, turn that glove up under it.
Nothing like Shea, though, right?
That place was electric.
Boogie, oogie, oogie.
Yes, sir.
55,000 there.
Nice job by Paulie.
R.I.P. Shea.
On the balloon.
Hey, were the fans chanting his name now?
Yeah, Calvin.
Yeah, were they chanting right now?
2-0.
I got volume listeners too.
So what's Calvin going to do now? He's 2-0 with the bases drunk. He's got to come in with something.
That makes 4 of us.
With the lead. A lot of pressure.
Oh, boy.
That's the penitentiary chains he got on him right now.
Penitentiary.
We got a little Archie Bell in the drills. Do the
tighten up. Go Mets!
How about those satin jackets?
Oh, right.
How about them?
Harper Beckerman.
Hey,
Starters.
and Roger, we thought they were smoking
Starters
too.
jacket.
They were
At the
great.
time?
A great look.
Oh.
Yes.
How about those speed racer stripes in our uniform? Jeez.
Kids swinging 3-0 here.
Fantastic.
The windbreakers were good. Remember?
Oh,
Jackets.
3-0. Need to rock it.
Exactly. Yeah. Rice got lucky on that play, huh?
Get in there.
Yes.
Come on, baby. Come on.
Yeah.
You're in there.
Schwaldy's lucky he didn't take him out of the yard.
Carter could have gone deep on that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If he'd have got that one up, that was history.
You know, that's one thing about Davey. Davey liked to give that 3-0 hit sign every now and again.
How daring with Gary
And that was
Carter.
Gary Carter.
Thank you, Bobby.
Yeah, exactly.
I might give him. But there again, another mistake that you got to pay attention to it. The fans at home, a bad throw from left allowed everybody to move up. That big rainbow throw, fundamental mistake.
But we never take the lead, right? They get the 2-run home run off Aggie with Henderson. That was a gut punch, wasn't it?
I think it was a solo shot, right? They scored later another one. Yeah. I think he led off the inning. I could be wrong.
He did.
That was a gut punch.
That's the other thing. Going back to the run that Mookie saved with his throw. Now instead of a 2-run lead,
right?
There's not as much. There would be pressure on Schwaldy, but not like with a 1-run lead, and also McNamara having to make that decision to walk Keith and also face Gary. With a 2-run lead, you might play your cards a little bit differently. But
that's right.
But you keep going back to that throw that Mookie made and how big that was.
Right.
Draw, you look so hitterish, man.
Yeah. Right. All game he has.
All season.
When did he never look hitterish?
Just couldn't get the head out. Couldn't get the head out that night.
Even on those
what was that?
games in Chicago.
Was it you get the home run off the popcorn machine in the third, fourth tank in the Astrodome? Remember that one?
That
popcorn machine. They had the whole second, third deck, fourth deck. There was no fans. They had this popcorn machine up there, and you hit it right off the popcorn machine. That's the one home run I'll never forget.
It was like
about the one off the bird.
Clock in St. Louis.
But that one was in the dome. That was a bomb.
Someone needs to pay these guys a lot of money
Popped it up.
and have them tell the real stories.
I know. I know. This when he double switched me here.
Say Doc would have hit it, huh?
Yeah, Doc would have crushed. Doc would have. I got it.
Doc would have hit it left-handed.
I had 8 big league home runs. I did all right. I got lucky.
Hey, Doc used to come in after BP, so you should have saw my BP today.
Right.
I was a 5 o'clock hitter.
Now,
Raj with that
head
pizza.
to the 9th inning, 3-3 game, your season on the line.
Well, once again, we fight back and tie it up. It's like we're paddling upstream, and then they go ahead again. And then to me, that was I think our biggest gut punch of the year. What do you think, guys?
I think I'm about to get me some of that pizza.
I mean, absolutely. I got to play, Keith, with Dave Henderson later. Who's my teammate in Oakland.
Put away that money.
And,
I got your slice.
An amazing player, a talented player, and he loved the ball down. And Aggie, he had that kind of sinking fastball, split finger slider. Aggie was, we tend to forget about Aggie because of all the guys that were in the rotation. But if he hadn't had elbow issues, he would have been in the rotation and been a main part of it. He was just so talented.
Well, he went on to Minnesota and became quite the closer.
Yeah. Talk about a bench. I mean, Aggie was unbelievable in this.
I know Doc's going to hate me saying this, but he was the best hitting pitcher on
I agree.
team.
He was drafted as a third baseman. Oh, you're right. I just have more pop.
Oh man.
Hey, Ronnie, I remember you hit the 2 home runs though, back-to-back games. Remember that?
That's crazy.
I know. I was on my way to divorcing, so I was very angry those 2 games.
Hey, wait.
Also, no back-to-back games.
What happened to the scum bunch? Jesse and Dougie.
Where is the scum bunch? Where did the scum bunch name come from?
Yeah, what happened to the scum bunch, right? Jesse didn't come on tonight, huh?
Yeah,
No, it was.
I know that the pitchers remember.
Don't change the
I
subject.
remember Aggie first started experimenting with the split finger.
That's right.
And having the softball all the time. And for whatever reason, I think he was.
Where are they?
Kind of cautioned to stay away from it because when it first started, it wasn't very good. And then, as we all know, what he went on to become in Minnesota, collecting over he had over 300 saves, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that was his.
Who taught him the split finger?
Well, I know that I shouldn't say it. I never taught him.
Pretty
but
sure.
We talked about it a lot. And the reason that he had to use the softball is because he didn't have the biggest hands. So he was trying to, kind of spread out those ligaments or stretch those ligaments between his fingers. And that split finger became nasty once he got to Minnesota.
Yeah. He had a nasty hot foot,
and that's
too.
where elbows issues. The splitter was deadly for an elbow.
Which I believe.
Gaggy and I were very, very good friends at this time. All the time. And, he was just a tough guy. And he would go out there banged up. Everybody goes out there banged up. He wasn't injured at this time. But no one, after he gave it up here, felt worse than Aggie. He was just so down.
Yeah.
And then you guys came through and picked him up, and it was amazing to watch a great guy go from this is horrible to he gets the win.
Yeah, he gets the win. That's right. That's a good trivia question. I didn't know he struck out Rice to start the inning.
Threw up and in cheddar right by him.
Aggie threw hard. He had it all. He had everything you'd want.
It was a smooth hard.
Yeah, smooth gas.
Speaking of smooth gas.
It's funny how we all get quiet because the game's on the line.
Yeah, we're watching.
Aggie's fearless, man. He's just going right after him with cheddar.
It wasn't like that in the card games, though.
Hey, that's all Kid put down.
But he would ask Hodges.
Aggie would not
bail out.
Aggie did not like those card games, man.
Donator.
Donator.
The blue plate.
Come on, Ellie. With a 2-run home run.
Hey.
Good thing Mets won because that's like your 5th error.
Ellie, you opted for the backhand.
What a sissy.
No, you didn't. You made the right play.
You got it. You made the right play.
No, I just hit me in the heel.
Yeah, it did.
Got shade. Can I play a little dribble there with that ball head?
You got shade.
Oh, did you hear Hojo? You got shade in the infield.
I got shade, yeah. I'm blaming on Ray's glove.
You're dribbling.
Got shade.
I got shade. Lake Shea.
Big bucks. No whammy in.
I said it earlier in the broadcast, Ellie. That's what you should call it, Lake Shea.
Lake Shea.
It was our dumb.
We get back on the bus and the whole garage, the whole parking lot would be
just underwater.
Yeah.
Just remember Lenny saying Zambucci Brothers.
Yeah.
You don't say that.
Yeah, I remember Howard saying that all the time.
Oh, yeah, Zambucci. Oh, my God.
Oh, Joe.
Cheeky.
All right, Straw.
All right, guys.
My man. Cheeky.
My man, Straw.
Oh.
See you working.
Oh. Jammy.
You got a thing of tea next to you?
Look at that turn. Turn it.
Oh, turn it. Yes.
Turn it, baby.
Turn it.
Oh. You got a thing of tea next to you?
What's that?
You got a thing of tea next to you?
Oh, don't I? Don't I?
No question.
What a question.
Can you guys kill all your alerts and noises?
Throw the sponsorship in.
Mitch, man, how about them paintball games we used to have back in the property?
Oh yeah. We used to light them up, boy. Your church members wanted to jump on me.
Oh my
Good.
Oh man.
Trying to baptize back there.
Hodge, did you ever get those bats back? Did you ever get those bats back in St. Louis?
I got them back, yeah.
They're still in the ceiling tiles.
What are you talking about, man?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Charlie's got them.
Charlie's got them, yeah.
They still have them.
Oh yeah.
I'm assuming they stole Hojo's bats.
I got them. They're here.
And then hid them.
They never left my side after that day.
I hear that.
Those are some crazy birds by you, Hojo.
But
so how many innings did this game go?
10.
10. I'm hoping 10.
Yeah.
God, how many goddamn extra inning games did we play in the postseason, for crying out loud?
A lot.
You know what's crazy is that they would say, well, we weren't tested down the stretch, you know?
Well, we weren't.
We weren't, but yeah, look what happened in the postseason.
I know, that's where we were tested, and we showed our mettle.
Yeah, we weren't tested during the course of the season. We just pounded on people.
The only test we had was that 4-game series in St. Louis late April when we went in there and swept them, and then we never looked back.
No.
It
St.
was
Louis
such
was never a
an
factor
awesome
after that.
season.
They just went in the tank.
Yeah.
Just every day.
Let's go to Philadelphia.
The Phillies couldn't
Box
stay with
scores.
us.
Well, the Phillies, though, they were the only team that could really beat us, remember?
Why was it
Beat us
then?
that year?
Guys, what do you think it was about the group then, especially if you weren't really tested during the season? Why did this particular group of guys, why were they able to withstand what you guys had to withstand in the postseason to get to where you ultimately did?
The fans.
I'll start off. Veteran leadership.
There you go.
Better answer.
And I'll say this guy at bat right now,
Yep.
perfect example is when Keith said, he comes to him and says, why don't you take infield? And Keith's like, okay.
Yeah.
Because this is the type of thing we had, but I thought Ray was really the guy that did not allow you to coast. Never allowed you to coast, and never, we're down. He never quit. Guys never quit. Pitching staff never let a game blow away. Offense was always loaded, ready to go. It was everybody, but I thought Ray's role was huge. His influence was everywhere on that team.
I kind of thought it was the understanding of who we were from day one in spring training.
Yeah.
When we had that first meeting after we lost 84 to the Cubs, 85 to the Cardinals. I think Davey came to spring training, and he just made us believe. He made us believe we were the team to beat, and I think that's what really kept us going. Throughout the process in the playoffs. Yeah, of course, during the course of that season, we dominated. But when we got off, that's when our toughness really showed up of really who we were. With people, with different people getting big hits. Carter hit, and against the Astros in that series, me hitting a couple home games, and he hits a big home run. I mean, it was just so many different things and pieces that played a big part of from who we was day one coming out of spring training and knowing the kind of team we had that made a difference of us coming back in these ball games because we just never laid down. We never quit.
I remember
Never give up. Never surrender.
That welcome home Mets dinner. We came back from the road trip, like we lost 2 out of 3 or something, and Keithy gets up on the thing. He says, "Don't worry about it. We got this." And
what part of the season was that?
Right in the beginning.
I was right in the beginning.
With our first homestand?
Yeah, first off day.
And then we went to St. Louis, right? Did we go to St. Louis immediately?
It was Philly.
Philadelphia.
Came out of Philly.
Okay.
Philly.
Okay.
And everyone was so enthused to go to that welcome home luncheon.
Hey, I agree, Straw. You hit the nail on the head. I mean, it was like, okay, you guys are simple. You're a super team. See what you can do. And I think not enough credit probably goes to the Astros and Red Sox. They both were really good teams.
Absolutely.
The reason it was a battle, they were really good.
Yeah, but
what's
we were
really
better.
what's really incredible,
yeah, Daryl,
though, to look back on is I mean, everybody's watching this broadcast live right now as well. You know, the Red Sox hadn't won the World Series in 68 years, was it at that point?
Yeah, not since milk steak was like 35 cents a pound.
Even after they go ahead, it seems like more of the focus is about you guys losing than them breaking that stretch. That's how dominant of a team you were. There was this you know, almost unbelievability that you wouldn't win at that point.
Well, that's from a New York perspective. The Boston fans were out of their mind that they were about to win the World Series, Gelbs. I had a lot of friends up there, and they were like, and then we just broke their hearts, which was great, but they were so happy and ecstatic that they were about to break the curse. And then we blew it up. We said, we'll take that.
But, Bobby, what I mean is on the national broadcast here, Vin and Joe seem to be focusing much more on you guys than on Boston.
Yeah. Well, you know what it was, and I can say this again about all of us as we sit here and come together, and it's great to see everybody, but it was the brotherhood that we had and the ability that we had as a team to play the game the way we played it. We played hard. We were no joke. The teams that wanted to try to push us around, we would fight. It was just unbelievable what we did together as brothers, you know, and you hardly ever see that. Sometimes you see the, you know, different interactions in the clubhouse with different teams and stuff like that. We might have had some of those, but like somebody said earlier, when we stepped on the field, like Roger said earlier, when we stepped on the field, the chemistry that we had on the field was just incredible. You know, we were all about winning, and I think that's why they probably focused on us, because we had achieved so much during the course of that season, and we just got to this point here. Now we were close to losing to Boston, and we didn't, but we got close to losing. Yeah.
Well, it was never about us as an individual. It was about us as a ball club and as a team.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to focus you guys right on this moment, and Hojo in particular. This becomes, you know, at least in the moment, a really controversial play where it's first and second, nobody out. Hojo, you come up as a pinch hitter here, and eventually Davey lets you swing away.
Well, I'll tell you what happened first. Before the inning started, I was hitting third in that inning, and Davey says to me, "The first guys get on, you're butting them over." It's plain and simple. And the first two guys got on, and out of here.
Davey.
Well, go have the cold one with Bobby O in there.
Cheers, fellas.
You were probably confident you could have got it down, right, Kevin?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that Bunny never bothered me. So, but you know, he changed his mind, obviously.
Well, Hojo, what do you remember about this at bat, and what Davey's telling you before, what signs you're getting during?
Well, I didn't think he was going to put the bunt on, but he put it on. I should have been ready for it anyway. But the first pitch, I think, was up in the zone, and I kind of half-ass went at it. And I regret this at bat to this day. The whole thing.
Spot, though, Haji.
Yeah.
You know, you never bunted. That was a tough spot.
Yeah.
He took it off now, but I know, you know what it is, like you get those at bats where you feel like you didn't give yourself a chance, you know, and that's the way I felt. I did not give myself a shot to get a job done, whether it was move the runner to third or just get a pitch to hit and, you know, put a good swing on it. Just didn't do it.
Man, Hojo, I've known you since we were 20. I've never heard you say that, man. That's
oh man,
that means something. Wow, I didn't know that.
But
yeah, just certain moments, you know. I'm just glad it worked out the way it did. But
me too.
I'll never forget that picture of Davey in the dugout, and he's like slams his back against the thing, because I'm sure he's second guessing himself the whole time after a Hendu goes deep.
You had the best.
Did you feel like you got pitches to hit in this at bat?
No, I did not. I got myself out. I literally foul tipped a bunt, and then check swing, strike three, I believe.
Yeah.
So just never gave myself a chance.
You had the best helmet
Ellie
slam.
should have stayed in the game and butted everybody over. And
That's
then,
right.
You should have been, who's behind the pitcher next? Or
Who's
was there a
behind
flip-flop?
Davey?
Mazzilli.
Mazzilli.
Helmet slam.
Yeah. Well, what better guy to have up than Lee? They probably would have walked the bases loaded.
It's awesome.
Oh.
Foul tip.
Here.
Oh, okay.
Not good.
Yeah.
Let it go, brother.
Do you do it here?
Yeah,
Oh, look at
let it go.
We win, brother. We win. It's gonna work out.
Yeah, we did. We went.
We win, yeah.
Haji, you got to come to terms with it.
I've come to terms with it, but you know how it is, man. We all got those at bats in our mind.
Yeah.
That's one of them for me.
We all got them.
You got at bats or defense, either one in your mind all the time.
Yeah.
It's always something, ain't it?
And then you made the 30-30 club,
Yeah,
bro.
I mean that's the game of baseball, though, in a nutshell. You fail more than you're successful, you know, and you just got to deal with the failures.
As
hard,
a fan,
man. It's a hard game.
You know what?
I
All
love
these kids
that
don't
you
know.
care.
You got to persevere.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and you know what's weird is like a lot of us have coached. You know, we try to teach our guys, you know, what to think about in those situations.
Harry.
Try to help them flush it down the toilet, you know, move on to the next project. Something's going to come at you the next moment, whether it's offense or defense.
Yeah.
It's a game of failure.
Roger, you became one of the top pitching coaches in the league. I bet you had to deal with that with your guys. Learn how to, hey, I hung a slider, but I got to move on.
Yeah, it happens. And I was just thinking is that one of the beauties of that ball club that we had was that when we failed, we knew it, and the collective other 24 picked you up because, you know, you got on the bus, you kind of made fun of it, or you brought it into light or the situation, and that was the part that got you through it. You know, not only from an individual standpoint, but I think all of us, you know, we get on that bus after a game, and it was whether it's a base running error or a good play or whatever it may be, a missed bunt or, you know, threw to the wrong base, and we all made fun of each other. And you know what? We went out and wanted to win and had that mindset to win the next day. But that was the part that I think, you know, from as Straw was talking about a team unity standpoint, those are the type of things that, you know what, you got to have a thick skin, and you got to have fun with what you were doing.
If you didn't have thick skin on this team, you weren't.
That's where I learned from you guys, right? You helped me do that.
That's
because you beat yourself up enough, you know, and then when the guys kind of like have a light moment beating you up too, it's kind of like, okay, let's laugh about it and move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's one thing we never got credit for. Like they always talked about us being a party team, and you know, was this and that. But we had a lot of knowledge on our team that we never got credit of. I mean, we had a lot of passion, a lot of baseball knowledge that was in that clubhouse, and that's one thing I don't think we never got enough credit for. Myself personally.
A lot. I mean, we're older now, but a lot of love in that clubhouse too, right, Doc?
That's right.
Doc, I'll tell you what, I've never known a guy as good as you, who was as smart as you and as astute as you as a pitcher. I mean, your talent was over the top when you were young, but your knowledge, no one knew how much you knew. They say you threw the cheddar. It's like, no, he knows his delivery. He knows what to throw. I know you didn't know exactly where it was going, but you're one of the smartest, most talented people I've ever around.
We didn't know where it was going. I'm about to.
That's the thing. Just been a student of the game. That's what I'm saying. We had a lot of knowledge in that clubhouse. You don't have the success that we had without having some type of knowledge. I mean, we had a lot of guys, like you guys mentioned, there was coaches, some guys, GMs, analysts, what have you, but they never talked about that. But as of players and teammates, we knew the knowledge that we had in the clubhouse. That's the thing that's most important to me.
Him, Straw, he knew about where it was going, but he worked so hard. He's like, how can I put it on the corner? 100 miles an hour.
That's a great point, Doc.
I still remember the Doc when he said that. I'm like, man, that must be fun.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like I said before, when you look back and when you think about, you know, who we were. It was just so much fun coming to the ballpark, and like Roger said, you can get on the bus and we could joke about each other, and a lot of times we joked about kids because he was always drinking milk, and the rest of us was drinking the crystal oil. So
does the body good.
But it
Pass it on.
It was it was a team. It was a team that was full of fun, and that's what baseball's supposed to be about. We had a lot of fun, man. We loved each other. We cared for each other. We picked each other up, man. It was just something that I guess it's something that you don't see nowadays.
No, you don't.
You see small little pockets in teams.
Was it unique for that time period as well, though? I mean, even if it was more back then, were you guys different from teams that you had been around and been on in that sense?
I just came from that one we're playing, and it wasn't like that at all.
Yeah.
I knew they were lacking going into this. I knew they were lacking the key ingredient that we have. All these guys right here, they were lacking it, and I knew it, and that was in my pocket. I knew that. They still could have won, but I knew we had an edge as far as character went. We had an edge as far as desire to win.
As an 11-year-old,
not accept second.
We had great
in Suffolk County on Long Island.
We had great, veteran players who had been around and understood the game well, and it kind of just rubbed off on the younger players how we supposed to play. And I think that's what brought us to the next level, because of the kind of players that we had.
Yeah, they taught us that backyard boogie. That's what they taught us.
Backyard boogie. Ding.
We talk baseball. We never try to beat the crowd. Before the game was over, we sit in the clubhouse. We talk about what we won, what we lost, and then we prepare ourselves for tomorrow. So when we show up to the ballpark the next day, we know what we wanted. I think that's what made that ballpark so special.
Good point, Raphael.
The cold one after the game, talking about the game, is something I missed.
Yeah. Agreed. It doesn't happen now for sure.
Really? Wow.
Well, if they'd have had cell phones back in our day, oh my goodness.
Social media.
Over with.
We were in trouble?
Well, I don't know what we would have done. Have to get some vanishing cream.
I want to know that inside joke. Ding.
Well, we should have scored a run there, guys, and it should have been over.
That's why the Henderson home run hurt so bad.
That was a gut punch.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were on TV. Garagiola kept making the point how rough Davies' press conference is going to be if you end up losing after the Red Sox went ahead in the 10th inning, as far as the whole bunting thing. I told you.
Davey was a gambler, wasn't he, guys? He liked to take chances. He wasn't conventional all the time.
He knew when to hold them.
Well,
he knew when to fold them.
In that game, Nepper's throwing the 3-hit shutout in Houston, and we got our bench in the 9th inning, and he pinch hit Lenny.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I went, what's he doing? I mean, Nepper was nasty. He was nasty against left-handers. And
it was totally unconventional.
It wouldn't happen in today's game. It would not happen. And what did Lenny do? Lenny gets up and leads it off with a triple.
Nails.
And a lot of times those decisions are based on what's that question I'm going to get after the game.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Why are you down 3 runs and you're leading off a lefty against lefty, and you've gotten 3 hits up to this point, and you're going to lead off a lefty against Nepper?
We're talking.
I wonder if Frank Cashin would have asked him that question.
We're talking to you, Harp.
Davey
was never shy about telling you he was right. That's for sure. He was always believing he was right.
Well, he was when you're as right as much as him. It's okay.
Yeah.
He was right a lot.
Yeah. He let you. Plus, he let you guys. He gave you a free rein to play the game the way you knew you could play it too. I thought that was always important.
I thought more importantly, along those same lines, he trusted the talent of the club.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so here it is, guys. We're in the 10th. This is the inning.
Remember,
Henderson.
He had the big home run against the Angels, right? Against Donnie Moore.
Yeah.
Yeah, Donnie Moore. Unbelievable.
He loved the ball down, and I thought he hit a split finger down, but I could be wrong. Could have been just a Aggie sinker.
I think you're right, Ronnie. I think it was a split.
Yeah. Yeah, he throws a fastball by him.
What was Aggie's velo? What was he? 95 guy? 94?
This is a 95 guy, absolutely.
Yeah.
God, I forgot they had Tony Armas on the bench.
Look at their bench. Baylor.
Don Baylor.
Jeez.
No.
But
Down and in.
got him.
That
know, man.
was a gut punch.
I can't even imagine how Aggie feels right there. I mean, I guess I can, but. Whew.
How does Henderson feel? He's got a magical postseason.
Yeah.
Hell of a postseason.
And there's Roger with that clean shave.
Clean shave.
It's a little smaller there.
A little smaller.
A tiny bit.
He was young.
Look at him. He know he got it too. Yeah. He did the same thing in California when he hit that home run off of Donnie Moore.
I played with Dave Henderson and Ricky Henderson in Oakland, and their home run trots were epic.
He did the same thing in '89 too in the World Series against us.
That's
Keith, you said it's a gut punch. What's the atmosphere change as soon as that ball gets barreled up?
It's like I said, we've just fought like we're paddling upstream the whole postseason, and we had an opportunity to win the game, and we don't, and they come back and do this. I remember at first base, it was just a very sinking feeling. It was only one run, but it's like, here we go again. How many times can we come off the canvas?
All of them.
They think they got it.
They're feeling good about it right now, aren't they? Damn.
Yeah, well, they have a right to be.
Yeah.
They had some veterans on that team.
Yeah, they did.
Team, let me tell you.
We're fortunate that Don Baylor only got to play in Fenway Park.
Yeah.
He would have been a tough mark. 7 games.
He had a lot of home runs for them that year.
Yeah, I think he had like 31.
Is Shea completely silent? Is it eerie?
It's like
I'm not sure.
the old MCI.
Yeah, it was quiet.
Yeah, it was
Sprint
quiet. It was
commercial.
It's quiet.
You hear
I'm
a pin
watching
drop.
the volume. It's
I heard
quiet.
somebody fart that day.
But it's quiet, but guess what? They were still there. Look how packed it is. They didn't leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody's leaving.
Yeah.
Nobody's leaving.
That's what I loved about our fans. You know, they did not leave that ballpark. They would stick around for us.
Wasn't like L.A., huh?
Just like L.A., right, Straw?
Well, they make a big thing out of that. I say it's just different playing in New York compared to L.A.
Yeah.
The difference in LA for me is that LA fans need you to do something for them to cheer.
I think there's more accountability playing in New York than any place else.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The fans expect so much from you, and they want you to deliver for them, and
yeah,
they keep you on edge, man. They keep you right in it.
Thank you. No question, TT.
You can't hide.
Yep.
You can't hide in New York.
Nope.
No. If you suck, they're gonna let you know you suck.
They find you.
Yeah, we will.
You might get a knife thrown at you.
A lot of players who can't play in New York.
Jason
Bay.
Bay.
Pressure, man. You know, you got to deal with so much media. You got to deal with everything that's written. How do you handle it? You know.
Got John Harper beating you down the next day.
Right.
I know.
Oh, there is
a goat. Got you as a goat or whatever. Right, John?
Yeah.
That's right.
Harp coming in looking for a story, right?
Hey, look at it. Is this where they
just kidding?
It's an autograph.
We're messing with you, Harp. At least you wasn't like you wasn't.
Oh my God, Roger, you're right. Roger, that was a good one.
Mr. Clemens,
I forgot the.
can I get your autograph?
The attendant's name down there. He went over and got an autograph.
I did not know that happened.
Yeah.
Did you get fired for that?
No, he was still there when I was still coaching.
Yeah.
Was there an RC spray painted on the bullpen there? Did Clemens spray paint something on the bullpen?
It's the only
I don't
RC.
Did he?
It's an instant win.
One thing I did, I noticed that he shaved, and I got pissed.
What a lame-o that guy. If he's not shaving, he's throwing bat
Celebration on him.
shards.
I never got a chance to look at the celebration on them in the dugout, how they were so happy.
Oh, they were so happy.
You know.
We were watching, me and Ellie watching this in the locker room, and it was making my blood boil to watch them so happy.
Me too.
Me three.
Because then he hit for me into a double play earlier.
Oh, Mook misplayed that one.
You won't let that go, huh, Rafi?
Yeah.
Danny Heap.
Took a bad route on that.
Boggsy had some big pop, didn't he, though? He never really used it.
He loves it when you call him
big pop.
B.
He took the best BP. We went out there early and watched him one day in Boston. It was unbelievable how many balls he had.
Boss Hog.
Was that tough?
Wade Boggs. Unbelievable BP.
The Chicken Man.
Hey, don't talk too much about him. Bobby O don't like him.
I know.
It's over. You gotta let it go.
Gotta let it go.
You guys sent him a Christmas card last year.
Thank you for the trophy.
Yeah. Oh.
Aggie's still going, man. He's still grinding away.
Yeah, isn't he?
How tough is that to do? How tough is it to try and stay focused after giving up that type of a home run?
That was our job.
Boom!
No, yeah. That was our job. You know, as long as you're pitching, you're trying to get outs. I mean, trying to limit the other team. There's a few runs or no runs, whatever it may be. While you're out there, I mean, that's the tenacity and the persistence that I think that all of us had. Is that when you're out there and you're competing, and that's what it is. It's competing.
Like one of my French models.
In that mode, that's your only mindset is to get people out.
Amazing.
Regardless of, whether it's the first game of the series or the last game of the season.
No pain.
The second last game.
Yeah. When they get the second run here, does that feel like the real backbreaker? Like it's that much harder to get two than it is one going to the bottom of the 10th?
Yes.
The hard-hitting questions.
If you get that back on run like that, that's a killer.
Yeah. Insurance runs key.
Ooh la la.
It's amazing. All these years later, it seems even now when you guys are watching this, like there's a little deflation.
You're like a regular rim.
Even knowing what happened, it's still a little
nothing but elation over here.
For me, just watching this, Steve, I'm just feeling for Aggie. The pitch to Henderson, it's not an awful pitch, just down and in, and Henderson cheated and got to it. And sometimes when you're pitching, and I know Roger and Bobby feel like this, sometimes you're just like out there all alone, man. And it gets lonely quick.
88 signed future
You talked about earlier about, when you're out there, what's it feel like and everything like that. And if you just see right there, just one little thing, and, obviously being a pitching coach and everybody here, one of our jobs when we gave a base hit and the guy was on second base, we backed up home plate. And even though Aggie was down now 2 runs, did you see where he was?
Backing up.
Yeah. He was there.
And so that's part of it. That's part of still competing and still being a part of a team and doing your job, whatever that may be.
Yeah.
So we're in dire straits here. We can go down 3 runs. We got 2 outs to get, and you got 3 and 4 hitters coming up. You got Buckner and Rice. This could have got ugly.
Uglier.
Buckner hit the ball hard almost all night long, almost every at bat. His first 2 at bats were BBs. The one that that Straw made a great play.
That wasn't a BB.
Well, it was hit pretty hard, Bobby.
Was that a water fountain in the dugout?
It was.
David, he was popping those Rolaids at this point.
Yeah.
He was going, man.
Kicking himself.
How crazy is it that his job was so stressful that he was able to get an endorsement out of it? How do you spell relief?
Love it. The crowd's still there, though. It didn't walk out.
Glenn Hoffman.
It's also the 80s. Where are we going to go?
Still coaching third base for the Padres, right?
Yeah. Glenn Hoffman.
He was in L.A. for a while with me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's third base coach in L.A.
Good dude, right?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Ellie, when did you go to LA, Ellie?
2000.
35 years old, Davy Johnson pulled him out of retirement.
You hit 3 home runs on opening day?
Yeah.
Hit the first ever home run in Frisco.
What'd you get?
In the new park.
Can't think of the lefty's name. Kurt Reeder.
Oh.
2 off him and then 1 off hard throwing righty, Rodriguez or something like that.
Felix Rodriguez.
Mitch is where? San Diego then? No, he was San Fran.
San Fran? No.
Oh, yeah. It's Aggie's plate.
Wear it.
Got him.
Buckner didn't like it. Hang with him.
Aggie walking right towards him.
Still ready to go.
Aggie's, if you ever play cards, Aggie's slow play. This is going to have some effect later on.
Okay.
There's no way.
Is that on purpose? You think that was on purpose?
Hell yeah.
No.
When you're down and
It all
you're giving it
stiffened
up,
up.
somebody's going to pay.
Couldn't bend over.
Might have done the trick.
Yeah.
Somebody's
Got
gonna
him.
pay.
That's right.
Right? Jakey?
Could have been a factor.
Absolutely.
Darn right.
To repeat, in case you're not keeping score, Backman, Hernandez, and Carter.
Draw. So where are you at this point? Are you watching in the clubhouse?
Yeah, or probably somewhere. Yeah, somewhere in the clubhouse. Not a happy camper.
You might be in that back doctor's room, Dr. Parks's room.
Yeah.
Charlie's office.
With the
I was in.
football
I
helmets.
think I was in Davies'
Davies'
office. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, but Dave's office.
Oh, Joe, you make a hot. What are you doing?
What's that? I couldn't hear you that time. What'd you say?
Are you making a hot foot over there?
like he's going alligator hunting.
Yeah.
Bobby, they just showed the Red Sox dugout again. You know, they think they have this. You said that really was getting to you as you were watching it. Was it because they thought they had it, or just you couldn't believe it?
No, it's because they had it. And I thought we were a much better ball club. I really did. Lineup, pitching, defense, we were a much better ball club. And we were about to lose to an inferior ball club. And it was a bitter pill. No one, like I was saying, in that locker room, whoever was in there was not happy. And we're down 2, and it looks ugly, you don't question. And then it gets uglier before it gets pretty. I had no happiness for any of my friends on that side. None whatsoever. None. I'm not a good sport.
And I'm not here to cause no trouble. I'm just here to do the tough shuffle.
But you know what? I like that, Bobby, because that's who we were. That was the toughness of us. You know, after getting through that series against the Astros, you know, and getting into the World Series and going down 0-2 and coming back and battling back, and then we come to Game 6 and we go, this is it. You know, after a year of who we were, we were a hell of a ball team. You know, I think people underestimate how good we really were that year. You know, and we didn't have to struggle during the course of winning the division. We came out as gangbusters that year and dominated that division. And you know, there were some pretty good teams in that division against us, and we just blew them away. And I remember going to St. Louis and remember Whitey Herzog saying that they were going to win it all after we went in there and swept them. You know, he realized that we were a whole different team.
By the way, I want to sneak this in before we get to the really good stuff. Mookie obviously is the biggest play in this game, and unfortunately, some technical difficulties, so he's unable to make it. So I'm just going to need all you guys then to raise it even more when Mookie's at bat comes up. But I'll let you guys sit here and watch this now and just take us through your thoughts in real time.
I got you.
I remember Jim Rice snatching that first out.
I was sitting in my den, an 11-year-old boy.
I remember a kid in the locker room, in the dugout, and he was just saying he wasn't going to be the last out.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to. He just kept
Everybody was saying that, right?
Remember that?
I was saying that at home.
You know what?
I was like, I'm not going to be the last
Us
out.
as pitchers, and also for hitters facing pitchers, sometimes you don't feel comfortable against a certain team. And from my own standpoint, Calvin never looked comfortable pitching against us. There was always, it looked like there was always a little doubt. And I don't know if that was because he came up with us and got traded to Boston. But there just seems to be some doubt, irregardless of the position that they're
isn't
in.
a word, even though it's in a dictionary somewhere.
Hey, Rod, where were you when this was at this point? In the locker room somewhere?
Charlie Samuel's office. Miami Dolphins helmet on, football helmet on, having a call to them.
Real?
Yep.
Bob Sykes.
Sykes. Good kid, man. Kid's like, I'm not making the last out.
Yeah. Kid was the best.
Let's go, Mets.
All right.
Let's go,
Mets.
Let's go, Mets.
I don't know anywhere with the wind was blowing out. I forget which was blowing, but I didn't hit it that great. It's track power.
Keith, what are you thinking as you're walking off there?
I am thinking that we have won 108 games and we're going to lose this game. And I'm just saying I'm just not happy. And we all know that I went up in the clubhouse. I wasn't going to see Boston have fun on our field. And Daryl Johnson was up there and Jay Horowitz. So everything just started happening. Carter gets a hit, the right guy up. Mitch follows.
Mitch.
Base hit up the middle, if I recall. Mitch, was a hanging slider?
Little slider. Little buttercut, you know.
Yeah.
I felt like the ball that the kid hits right here that Rice probably should have caught it.
How deep was he playing, Hojo?
Very deep. Very deep. And no reason to play no doubles.
Well, there's the start.
Let's go.
Well, that ball kind of dropped out there. But
Let's go, Mets.
You're going to play deep, 2-run lead, right?
So, hey, Mitch, legend has it you were in the clubhouse and you had to get dressed pretty quickly to get up to the plate there.
On the
Hey, Roger, did you see me in the clubhouse?
I don't remember, Mitch.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't in the clubhouse.
Yes, you came through, baby. You came through.
I'm not going to sit
World
up
got on top of that ball.
But I'm not going to sit up here and keep going over that story. I wasn't in the clubhouse, and I wasn't going to make the last out.
Did you said earlier, Mitch, that Schiraldi used to tell you how he would pitch to you. Did you have that in your mind here?
All the time. He used to tell me, Mitch, I know how to get you out. I start you with fastballs in and throw you sliders the rest of the day. So he started me with a fastball in, and then he threw me the slider.
Got on top of him, too, didn't you?
Yeah.
World, you were not in the clubhouse.
No.
You were not. I don't know who started that, but you were not.
I wasn't in the clubhouse. No.
You weren't. No, you weren't.
But it was a good story while it lasted, you know.
So, Mitch, are you thinking slider here then? When this
I was going to slider in. I was going to get out there.
Well, one of the things I always remember about Mitch, because he was such a young player, is how good of a breaking ball hitter he was as a young player.
Yes.
What had been.
Well, you know, I learned that from the Max man over there, Super Max.
Ooh la la.
This is one of the greatest, probably the single greatest comeback in World Series history, guys.
No doubt. No doubt about it.
With the series on the line, this is just remarkable. Ray has just a really great at bat here.
Yes, he did.
He was locked in that year, man.
Bobby, who was their pitching coach, Bobby?
Well, you know,
Bill Slack.
Okay.
When them cheeks start going on Ray, you know he gonna get it. He gonna get a hit.
No, not Bill Slack. I'm sorry, it wasn't Bill
Fisher.
Slack. Fisher. Yeah.
Raffy for the win.
Fisher, remember?
Yeah, Ray get them cheeks a going. He gonna get him something.
So Keith, you're telling people not to move at this point, right? In the Davies office.
Yes, I'm in that one chair in front of Davies' desk, and that sucker had hits in it. I wasn't moving.
Max, I just want to know, did you have a Frosty?
I had a Frosty. I did pull a little bottled Mick out of my bucket.
Little roller up along third.
That ball stays fair. Boy.
Yep. What's he got? 2 strikes on him?
Yeah. Strikes.
And he battles.
He's going to cover that outside corner. I know that. Fight it. Got to go to fighting now.
Yeah. He was not afraid to get jammed, man.
He wasn't afraid to fight either.
No.
Stay right in there and grind it out somehow.
Boy, was he intense or what? Ooh.
Camping.
Well, Ray was a good 2-strike hitter because he did hit. He was a line drive hitter, and he went up the middle.
Ray.
I mean, I know we've all seen this. I have not watched this entire game until now.
I know.
I haven't either. I haven't watched it at all.
You're not watching it now, world.
And don't forget, the crowd right now is just chanting Calvin.
Calvin.
There you go. That wasn't a bad pitch.
That was a good pitch. He fought it out.
Yes, he did. He muscled it out there, and here comes Mook. And in comes Stanley.
Stanley.
Mitch, that was
outpitched Stanley.
For you, right?
Stanley coming in.
You remember the hit that Ray got off of? It was in Houston, that Game 6 in Houston, and he fisted the ball that just cleared Dorn's glove.
Dorn, yeah.
Very similar hit.
Yeah, you're right.
It wasn't Ray, it was Mookie. That was when Nepper was. That was Nepper.
Oh, Ray got a hit later in that inning. That was just off Dorn's over Dorn's head.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, very similar jam shot.
Keith again.
Fought it off over the second baseman's head.
Might have been Lopez was pitching by then, but I'm not sure.
That's something that's, with all the strikeouts in today's game, that's something that's lost. It's all or nothing hitting, launch angle,
exit velo.
Oh, please don't make me, Haji. Don't ruin my night. I got your exit velo. You know where I got it.
What are you guys thinking about Stanley coming in?
Well, I think Calvin had to go. He was. I think he was just all. It's a tough spot for him. Ex-Met, and then they're chanting, and Calvin.
Just a minute, Key. He was getting released. He was getting released out the penitentiary.
Hey, Bobby, walk us through Stanley. Like, what kind of stuff did he have, or
not his pitching,
being his teammate, that kind of stuff?
What did his body look like?
He was a competitor. He threw a ball that weighed as much as a bowling ball. Heavy ball. You guys know a heavy ball.
Did you see him naked?
And he was a good competitor, but he had one of the worst bodies in baseball. Ever. He's in my top 3 ever. Well, worst mushy bodies you ever. Parody.
You don't disappoint, Bobby O.
No.
Oh, man. Wow.
He had a great thinker, and he loaded up. He had a little grease ball.
Yeah, it was heavy.
He had good stuff.
I
He
look at
loaded
that
up.
picture throwing the Mets. I mean, throwing the Mook.
He was a nice guy too. I mean, he was not a bad guy.
So Bob, Jim Rice naked and not Bob Stanley naked. That's what I got from this show tonight.
Seriously.
Let's go Mets.
Let's go Mets.
But this whole thing with him and Getty right here was unfortunate because clearly a wild pitch, but he didn't own it. He was like, oh no. It's like, dude.
Should have owned it.
Yeah. It's not even
You got to
close.
own it.
Yeah.
You know, Getty's such a nice guy.
Well, he was set up outside, and the ball was the foot inside.
Right. And it's coming in there fast and heavy. He had no
And
I can't
mushy.
believe he got a glove on.
He was a coach for us in our organization.
Was he really?
Yeah, Double-A. He was a Double-A pitching coach.
Ojo, what's your view on this from the on-deck circle?
Just wait, man. I wanted to face him. I tell you that.
You want
I
to
thought he was good hitting.
Hojo, you want a redemption.
I did,
Got
man.
him.
No shot at it. What a great at bat by me.
Yeah.
Though. Golly.
Mookie fouled off some tough pitches.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, big time.
I think this is the one. No, not yet.
And how's it not hit him?
I don't know. Through all those tough years, I think you got to put Mookie up as one of the best Mets of all time. He played on some stinky teams.
Yeah, he did.
Endurance.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh my God! Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
Still so awesome.
Wow.
How about those stems?
How about him?
How about him? How
Those
about him?
Metsies.
My God.
For those that were in the clubhouse, did it feel like Shea was going to collapse on you?
It was rocking.
I had a
It
helmet
was
on.
underneath. I was and it was like being at Madison Square Garden at a full house at a Springsteen concert. It was just like
I was down in the tunnel in the towel. Peeking around the edge.
My den was going crazy. I was nuts. Are you kidding? I was running around like a maniac.
Look at Mookie battling.
Yep.
Yeah, he is.
And I still say to this day, Mookie's the I think anybody else hits this ground ball but Mookie. We go
Right.
there, we continue the game. But Buckner knew all about Mookie. That Mookie busted every at bat to first base. And Buckner had to get his butt over there, and I think that's why he opened up the floodgates.
Plus, he got hit by Aggie.
I mean, the wild pitch came on pitch 7, the ground ball to Buckner on pitch 10. That is amazing under that kind of pressure.
It's a great at bat.
Look at that.
If Buckner fills the ball clean, you guys think Mookie beats it out?
I don't know.
Mookie said,
He said he would have.
He beats it out.
yeah.
I think he beats it out. I think he beats it out.
Yeah. Well, you look how Buckner was moving. You watch the play when you see it in slow motion, you'll see
But
it.
if he beats it out, the runner doesn't score.
Right.
Go
Right.
Mets.
That ground ball
There it
had
is.
air all
Oh my
over it.
gosh.
Oh,
Oh my.
Oh, man. Yeah,
Wow. It's still
There you
so
go.
awesome.
Jeez.
Are you kidding?
No way.
wow.
Never gets old.
It really doesn't.
Not that there.
No.
Imagine what it felt for the fans.
Oh my God.
It felt amazing.
I don't know how me and Keith got at the bottom of that pal.
Wow.
Oh my God.
And it goes back to what Daryl was talking about before. Those 55,000 were as tough for Daryl. Both those 55,000 stayed because they never knew what they might see.
Right.
Yeah.
They never knew what might happen, and ultimately something like this happens.
What a victory.
What a team.
The amazing Mets.
I love you guys.
You gotta believe.
Yeah. Hey, we might as well sing our record right now.
Ooh, good idea.
Mesmerized.
Let's go, Mets, go.
Put our wigs on, for red wigs on.
Yeah. Them tight
Rusty. R.I.P. Rusty.
What a team, man.
If they take us into the clubhouse, Bobby O, we're going to see Dr. Parks and others in there, all congratulating people.
There's a line.
Mm-hmm.
But how about Kid? You know, we're looking at Kid. It's like,
Yeah.
R.I.P.
I know he meant so much to us, you know, coming over in 85 and becoming a part of us, and just, you know, the way he was and the way he handled the pitching staff. And we got that right-hand bat in the lineup that was just big for us, you know, and he came through with always came through with some big hits. Remember the home runs in Boston and that big base hit in the playoffs against the Astros, and then that hit to start off that. Come on, man, it's just, you know,
I know I came in late, but one of the things, you know, I know I came in late, but and you probably already said it before, but one of the things that Kid always did was he played hurt.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. He played hurt.
He didn't want to take a Sunday off, did he?
No.
Never wanted to take that Sunday.
But I think that was the wise thing to do with his knees, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, one thing he always did, he caught every game, is that he always ran onto the field, even though it was a short burst out to home plate, but he ran on the field and ran off the field at the end of the inning all the time. He
still had that smile on his face when he had pain on him.
Yep. Well, just like I always said, there's no team greater than the 86 Mets. The 86 Mets will live forever. The history of us, man, will live forever.
No greater players that I ever played with right here.
Right here. Exactly.
I believe that.
Yes, man. Had so much fun.
Right. Thanks a lot. Love you guys.
Hey, it's a young Bartolo Colon. That's amazing. See ya, everybody. Thanks. When people join and leave the Zoom call, their boxes configurations gets all focaccia. Look, I'm over here. Hey, it was a treasure trove for us Met fans. Stay tuned right after this for a post-game interview with Mookie Wilson and Ray Knight with Marv Albert. Let's go Mets. We have new ownership. I'd like to see another team like this. Please and thank you.
Ask him if he wants me to go over there. If one picture is worth 1,000 words, you have seen about 1,000,000 words. But more than that, you have seen an absolutely bizarre finish to Game 6 of the 1986 World Series. The Mets are not only alive, they are well, and they will play the Red Sox in Game 7 tomorrow. Let's go down on the field in this madhouse to Marv Albert.
And it is a madhouse. The Mets were one strike away from elimination. Mookie, have you ever seen anything like this?
Dave, this whole postseason play has been unbelievable. But you got to give credit to the guys. We don't give up, and the nice and perfect is out. We could have used to fold it, but everybody battled back. And it was up to me to do my part, and I did the best I could.
What went through your mind as you saw that bouncer going in the direction of first baseman Bill Buckner?
My only thought was to beat the pitcher there, and I thought I had a good chance of beating the pitcher, and I think Buckner saw that too, so maybe he tried to rush a little bit. And that was it. I knew it wasn't a very hard hit ball, but it had the angle and the spin.
All right, and off the angle and the spin, the man to my right, Ray Knight, scored the winning run. And Ray, you are totally exhausted.
Marv, I am. This is an emotional thing. Physically, you get tired, but mentally, after I made that error and gave him the go-ahead run, I just never felt worse in my life, and I just kept hoping that I'd get up there. This is a game of redeeming features, and thank the good Lord I had the opportunity, and then I wasn't the go. But you don't care about making errors, but you want to win, and we put our heart into this. And I'm just exhausted. I'm happy, but I've never been more tired than I am right now.
Ray, you mentioned the word GOAT. You went from potential GOAT to hero with the bad throw in the 7th inning.
Well, no doubt about it. I laid back on the ball to get the good hop, and it took a little funny hop, and I had a bad grip on it and threw it wild. You know, you never want to make an error in that situation. And I said, you know, if there's any justice in this world with the season I've had and what I came back from, I'll get a chance. And I got that chance, and the good Lord was on my side. Didn't hit the ball that good, but it went in there for me, and here we are winning. And I don't worry about the error. I'll never worry about that error again, but it's been a tough winter for me had we not come back.
All right, 2 outs, 10th inning. You're down by 2 runs. You guys are sitting on the bench. You were down. Did you think it was all over?
I didn't. I honestly didn't. I came in and I said, we've scored 2 runs before, guys. Let's just get it going. Even with 2 outs, I really said a little prayer to get Gary base hit. He got the base hit, and Mitch got the big hit. I got 0-2, and I just tried to concentrate, and I didn't get much of the ball. I got a hit. We've come back all year when we've had to. I know the character in this ball club, Marv, and I never say die with this club, and I'm not surprised. I just thank the good Lord, because you just wonder how many times it can happen.
All right, what does the victory here tonight mean for a 7th game tomorrow night?
I think it's the way that we won it. We came from behind, which is the first time I think a team in this series has come from behind to win a ball game. And I don't believe it's something as momentum, but I do believe that mentally we got to be really up for tomorrow after coming off and beating it best. And we have to take all can now, and we got a pretty good pitch ourselves going.
All right, do you feel good about going against a guy like Oil Can Boyd, who certainly has had his ups and downs and had his difficulties against the Mets at Fenway?
Well, I tell you what, if you don't feel good about getting into Game 7 after being two runs down with 2 outs, boy, what can we ask for? It's like a rebirth, and we just come out tomorrow, and everything has to turn to our side. But we know the same thing can happen to us. Funny game. I'm thankful we're there tomorrow. I can't think anymore. I'm numb.
All right, 2 of tonight's Met heroes, Ray Knight and Mookie Wilson. Let's get back upstairs to Vin and Joe.
All right, Marvin, as we see a study in contrast, an 11th hour reprieve for Davy Johnson, a heartbroken and downcast John McNamara. We can tell you the winning pitcher was Rick Aguilera. The losing pitcher was Calvin Schiraldi. Tomorrow night, Game 7 of the '86 World Series. The excitement gets underway at 8 o'clock. Pre-game show followed by Game 7. The World Series is home on NBC, and ain't we got something.
The pictures told it all.
They sure did. Hope you'll join us tomorrow night at Shea Stadium in New York for the final game. For Joe Garagiola, Vin Scully wishing you a very pleasant good evening.
And now it's Mets-tery Science Reunion 2020.
Hey, don't forget about it.